Chapter 661, Perfection Realm. The feelings of the celestial spirit god. After lamenting for a while, Yuan Songzi led everyone back to the celestial spirit great world. The journey ahead was long, and they dared not let down their guard. Soon, everyone fell into silence, each with their own thoughts. The image of that golden giant hand lingered in their minds, unable to dissipate. Even Xiaolan was reminiscing. This kind of power was too incredible. She must tell Brother Gu about it when she returns. Thinking of this, Xiaolan's mind was filled with the sound and appearance of Guan, eager to return home. On the other side, Guan left the Qinquan sect and went to an unoccupied mountain forest. At this moment, prompts kept appearing before his eyes. The number had already exceeded 1 million. Guan suspected that it wasn't just the unbeatable emperor's karmic enemies, but possibly other types of karma as well. He patiently waited. Once all prompts were gone, he would find a place to break through all at once, reaching the perfect Taoist great Luo immortal realm. During the waiting process, he was also deducing. He could confirm that the lifespan predictive ability was stronger than his, but how much stronger was yet to be determined. Many names in the prompts were temporarily untraceable because there was no direct causality. How many people with the same name and surname existed? Even with lifespan prediction, Guan did not intend to eliminate his enemies in advance because karma could change. Just because someone was destined to be an enemy didn't mean he should start a killing spree. The new lifespan prediction served more as a warning. The more enemies there were, the more cautious he had to be. The higher the realm, the easier it was to lose one's self in one's own power, believing one could do anything. Although Guan was wary of many beings, he did not feel that his current life was suffocating. On the contrary, he felt happy with his life. He preferred playing in the human world within his own small domain to fighting. After waiting for an hour, no more prompts appeared, leaving Guan feeling helpless. His karmic enemies numbered in the tens of millions, which was absurd. However, judging by the lifespan consumption, not many posed a threat to him. Guan immediately performed the lifespan breakthrough. Even though he could go to the endless Tao mountain, he feared leaving traces and being discovered by unknown entities, so he cautiously used the lifespan breakthrough. After all, a round trip only cost 20 billion years of lifespan, which was a drizzle for him now. Safety was most important. Out of 9 prompts, Guan chose to go to the Hongmeng Great World for his breakthrough, and his figure disappeared into the forest. As time passed, the sun gradually set. Night fell. The forest was still, echoing with the croaking of frogs. Guan's figure reappeared. He was now perfect in the Taoist Great Luo immortal realm, having consumed a total of 40 trillion years of lifespan for this breakthrough. Thanks to the Emperor clan, even with such a loss of lifespan, Guan still had 100 trillion left. Next, he could begin to endure for 1 trillion lifetimes. Guan did not intend to return to the Taoist field of the beginningless, but rather to take a journey through the human world. Having achieved a breakthrough with difficulty, he naturally had to indulge. With the dim night, the forest was silent, the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, elongating Guan's shadow. He walked while contemplating. Above the Tao extreme, Daoyuo immortal, what realm was there? After the Tao court and various major sects suppressed the internal turmoil, the dawn of peace in the world appeared. 1,000 years later, the human world returned to peace. The Emperor Tianhong, renowned and praised by the world, came to the vicinity of the Taoist field of the beginningless. In the forest where he had once knelt for tens of thousands of years, he gazed at the unchanging environment with a look of reflection on his face. After fighting in a mortal world for so many years and returning now, he finally understood what the supporting Tao sword venerable meant. He had gained immense fame, and even though he had left the Tao court, many major sects sought to recruit him. He could easily enjoy all the pleasures of a human world, and before returning, he did struggle with it. But more than temporary pleasure, he wanted to pursue the great Tao. He stood in front of the stream, waiting, looking back on the events of these years and those occasional fragments of memory. After waiting for an hour, Zin's figure appeared on the opposite bank, startling the Emperor Tianhong, who quickly saluted her. And Xian, with a cold expression, said, "Come with me. From now on, you are a Wuxia disciple, and I am your senior sister." "Thank you, senior sister," the Emperor Tianhong responded, feeling excited. After so many years, he had finally become a disciple of the supporting Dao Sword Venerable. And Xian turned and left, with the Emperor Tianhong hurriedly following. Along the way, Xian began to introduce the situation within the beginningless. She explained which disciples were there and what rules to pay attention to, and Emperor Tianhong listened attentively, not daring to neglect. When they stepped into the Taoist field of the beginningless, Emperor Tianhong clearly felt that nature's spiritual energy was suddenly different, even though the surroundings hadn't changed much. It was only when he emerged from the forest that he saw an incredibly beautiful mountain forest, a rare sight in the world. Every mountain was planted with various spirit flowers and spirit grass, creating a mesmerizing and beautiful spectacle that no painting could capture. And Xian ambled along the mountain path, without flying, compelling Emperor Tianhong to follow her pace. "Senior sister, is the teacher in the dojo?" Emperor Tianhong cautiously asked, and Xian, without looking back, said, "He's not here, but at the latest, you'll meet him the day after tomorrow." "Is there something urgent? Will I delay him?" Emperor Tianhong asked nervously. Such a great power as the supporting Dao Sword Venerable must be occupied with unimaginable important matters. In outer heaven, debating the Dao with great powers, or exploring the void of the great Dao. He has no urgent matters, just playing in the human world. Perhaps in past years, you encountered him, but he transformed into an unremarkable mortal, and you didn't recognize him. And Zin's answer surprised Emperor Tianhong greatly, raising concerns in his heart. He had to recall if he had done anything wrong in front of others. While Emperor Tianhong reflected on himself, Guan wasn't wandering in the human world. He was drinking with the celestial spirit god at the world gate. The two sat at a small table, with spiritual wine and some human world dishes placed on it. The celestial spirit god had long given up mortal desires, but since Guan invited him, he graciously accepted. After drinking a bowl of wine, the celestial spirit god took the initiative to say, "Tianhao should have taken root in the misty immortal court by now. I can sense his cultivation level rising rapidly lately." Guan smiled. He indeed is doing quite well. After reaching the perfect Taoist Great Luo immortal realm, Guan could precisely calculate the karma of the misty immortal court. The court's destiny couldn't obstruct his gaze. He could see everything within and knew Tianhao had gained a recognition of an immortal mansion, fully integrating into the misty immortal court. The celestial spirit god nodded and then asked, "How do you intend to deal with the Tai immortal monarch and the 72 immortals of Jindong?" Immortal gods can't be completely eradicated. One day, they will return to the celestial court or be discovered missing by it. Guan took the wooden token from his waist and placed it on the small table, jokingly saying, "After wearing it for so many years, I'm really not used to it. As for the Tai immortal monarch, let him continue to sink in the suffering of reincarnation. I will indeed spare them before the celestial court discovers them. But until then, it'll make them suffer a little." Even though it wasn't the first time Jindong's 72 immortals had been turned into wooden plaques, the celestial spirit god still felt amazed. Immortal gods were so fragile in Gu An's hands. Sir, the Oval Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even having pledged allegiance to Guan, he still didn't know Gu An's cultivation level. The human world has already seen other immortal gods and chaos evil demons appearing. If this goes on, it will certainly lead to catastrophe. As a celestial god, how do you think I should get through this calamity? Guan asked the celestial spirit god. Perhaps it was an illusion, but although Guan sought advice, the celestial spirit god felt he wasn't that fearful of the celestial court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662. The difference between immortal gods. The celestial spirit, God, contemplated for a long time before saying, there are only two paths. 1. You accumulate merit, benefit all living beings, touch the heavens, thus attracting the attention of the celestial court, and be rewarded with a place in the immortal class. 2. You abandon this great thousand world. Though the celestial court is strong, the great Tao is vast. Ultimately, there are places beyond the celestial court's reach. On the celestial court's bounty list, there are many powerful beings who have yet to be brought to justice. His answer left Guan somewhat dissatisfied. In short, isn't this just a choice between submission and escape? The celestial spirit God seemed to sense Guan's displeasure and continued. Some of the celestial court's actions do indeed overlook all living beings, but the celestial court is not evil. In fact, the 3,000 great worlds still exist, and immortal gods rarely present themselves. This alone suffices to prove the severity of the celestial rules. Within any force in the world, there is good and bad, and there is no absolutely fair rule or order. The internal struggles within the celestial court are also significant, and the celestial emperor, who stands lofty, has been in seclusion for years, rarely emerging into the world. Over the endless years, countless purges have occurred in the celestial court. But no matter how the changes unfold, immortal gods will ultimately be ensnared by their interests. When longevity is no longer a luxury, besides power, all that remains for them is status. Actually joining the celestial court is not as unbearable as you imagine, nor will you lose so-called freedom. As long as you fulfill your duties, immortal gods can have plenty of personal time. Though he pledged allegiance to Guan, it was an act of desperation. In his heart, he wished for Guan to join the celestial court. With Guan's abilities, rising to a celestial Tao immortal position higher than that of an immortal monarch in the future would be no difficult task. Guan smiled and said, I do not reject the celestial court. I am just cautious about the unknown. After all, even you're unsure where exactly the celestial court is, or how deep its waters run. The celestial spirit, God, couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. In the celestial spirit great world, he was a high and mighty celestial god, yet he had never even been to the celestial court and was part of its lower echelons, an unnoticed existence. Even if he violated the celestial rules or neglected his duties, the celestial court wouldn't deal with him in a short time, because the celestial court simply didn't care about him. With this in mind, the celestial spirit god also felt frustrated. He thought he took the wrong path back then. If he hadn't been obsessed with that immortal palace treasure, how would he have ended up in such a situation? Guan asked with a smile. It said your talent is outstanding even among celestial gods. Don't you have any plans? Do you want to remain a celestial god forever? The celestial spirit god shook his head and said, those who become celestial gods are all of extraordinary talent. Even if I give my best in cultivation, ascending would still require an exceedingly long time. I have a junior who is currently participating in the selection for celestial gods, cultivating in a celestial army. The celestial god is called Celestial Calming God. Do you know him? Guan thought of Zhang Buku and thus asked. The celestial spirit god nodded and said, I know him. He counts as my senior. He serves the Huang Feng immortal monarch, and among celestial gods, he holds a relatively high position. The lowest in rank are celestial gods like us guarding a great thousand world, whereas celestial calming God isn't confined to one place. He is akin to a god of destruction, and his range of activity covers the 3,000 great worlds. Mentioning celestial calming God, the celestial spirit god's tone carried envy. Guan gained a clearer understanding of celestial gods. Even among immortal gods of the same rank, the extent of power varies. The celestial spirit god opened up, starting to recount his experiences serving the celestial court. Memories related to the celestial court couldn't be confiscated, so Guan was also curious about his past. The universe was silent, distant stars dotting the sky. Guin and the celestial spirit god, drinking before the world gate, seemed unaffected by time as bowl followed bowl, perhaps a metaphor for the passage of time and the changes in the world. In times of peace, time passes more swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years have passed. The members of Dao Court who had ventured onto the path of the great Dao finally returned, causing a commotion in the entire sect. Xiaolan and Yuan Songzi stood on high clouds, looking at the vast sea of people below, smiles on their faces. They finally returned. Returning from the path of the great Dao was an equally long journey, with endless hardships, and only at this moment could their tense minds relax. Seeing that Dao Court remained prosperous, the great cultivators of the Dao Court were full of relief in their eyes. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ting Master, Elders, am leaving first. My brother Gu is still waiting for me. Xiaolan said this, and then turned to leave, disappearing into the ends of the heavens and earth in the blink of an eye. Ji Xiaoyu's expression became unnatural upon hearing her words, but she said nothing. A female elder shook her head and laughed. This girl is still as infatuated with her lover as ever. Even after traveling the path of the great Dao and broadening her horizons, she remains true to her original heart. The other elders also revealed kind smiles. They all doted on Xiaolan, feeling she was like a child who never outgrew. Yuan Songzi's gaze landed on a figure below, who stood out with overwhelming aura, attracting attention even while amidst the crowd. Zhao Russian. To have grown to such an extent, it seems a lot has happened over these years. Yuan Songzi mused. Ji Xiaoyu's failure on the Emperor Road and Xiaolan's pause made him realize that the Taoist emperor was still far from Dao Court. Looking again at Zhao Russian, he felt this person wasn't so remarkable, at least far inferior to the unbeatable emperor. Where exactly could the seed of a Taoist emperor be found? Yuan Songzi's thoughts drifted, his heart feeling a bit melancholy. Meanwhile, Guin had already returned to Xiaolan's grotto heaven to wait. Noticing Ji Xiaoyu's expression, he pondered how to help her. Failing on the Emperor Road, her cultivation level regressed, and her Dao heart was damaged. It was his first time hearing Ji Xiaoyu's heart sound so lonely. He could feel Ji Xiaoyu's pride, and precisely because of it, he felt this matter was difficult to handle. If only he could, like creating a Dao treasure, carve a path of destiny no less than that of a Taoist emperor. With this thought, Gu An's eyes lit up. This direction seems promising. Since he has ample time and doesn't need to engage in daily arduous cultivation, he might as well study different paths of destiny. Guin began to contemplate in this direction. He first needed to understand the essence of a Taoist emperor. Not long after, Xiaolan's presence burst into the grotto heaven. She appeared out of nowhere before Guin and hugged him tightly. Wonderful, brother Gu, you're still here. Xiaolan held on to Guin tightly, speaking with delight. She was so overjoyed she even shed tears. Don't be fooled by her carefree demeanor usually. In reality, she always worried in her heart. She was away for too long and was truly afraid of changes occurring in Dao Court or Gu and reaching his twilight years. What are you saying? My talent may not be as great as yours, but am also diligently cultivating. Am not that easy to die. Guin humphed, gently patting her back, feeling a little touched himself. In retrospect, he had countless separations with his junior sister throughout this life. He could foresee the future, but his junior sister could not. Worrying for the future was normal. It seemed showing off some of his own strength appropriately, revealing a bit of the iceberg to leave her in awe, is necessary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663. Blaze a new trail after a long separation. Their reunion was fiery with passion. Guin and Xiaolan entwined for half a month before they finally parted. Xiaolan continued her cultivation, while Guin switched avatars. His true self went to various places to harvest matured medicinal herbs. After he was done, he returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless. Walking along the mountain path, Guan began contemplating the matter of creating a path. To create a path similar to that of a Taoist emperor. A Taoist emperor is an existence aided by great Tao destiny. In the same realm, a Taoist emperor's power of the great Tao is stronger, and they can also command the great Tao of the present environment to fight on their behalf. This gives Taoist emperors the ability to fight beyond their realm, making them invincible within the same realm. There are 3,000 great Taos. Different Taos can cultivate different Taoist emperors. On the path of the great Tao, cultivators competing for the destiny of a Taoist emperor can devour the great Tao destiny of their competitors, thus enhancing their own destiny and transform the destiny of different Taos into their own without changing the essence of their own Tao. This suggests that there may be some rules judging the Taoist emperors. If a Taoist emperor relies on the power of the Tao, wouldn't allowing others to rely on their own power be considered a way out? As this thought emerged, countless ideas burst forth in Gu An's mind. He suddenly thought that the celestial court could also be such an existence. The heavenly court immortals leverage celestial Tao destiny, fundamentally similar to Taoist emperors, albeit the immortal gods are stronger. Could it be that the so-called celestial Tao was also created by an extremely powerful existence? Gu An's imagination ran wild, and he decided to test such an approach, to transform his own power into a cultivation system for Xianxia to use. Providing such a method is not difficult and can be transmitted through the path of cause and effect. But mere borrowing pales in comparison to the Taoist emperors and the heavenly court immortals. Upon acquiring great Tao destiny, a Taoist emperor's cultivation speed increases, and the heavenly court immortals can rely on celestial Tao destiny to attain immortality. Guan felt that to successfully create this, it would take a very long time. He did not feel discouraged by this. Instead, he was full of anticipation. Things that could be achieved easily are not worth expecting. A long time passed. Guan returned to his courtyard, and besides Xianxia, an Xian and Emperor Tianhong were also present. The two were discussing something, and upon seeing Guan, they immediately saluted. Master, Yuan Luo offended Zhao Rushan at the Tao Court's Genius Conference. Xianxia fears for his premature death and wishes to send him to Wuxia for tempering. What do you think? An Xian was the first to speak. Guan shook his head and said, "The beginningless is not a place for fostering layabouts, and that disciple named Yuan Luo does not wish to train here." Upon hearing that Xianxia wanted to send him to the beginningless, Yuan Luo not only resisted, but also flew into a rage. In his view, the sect felt he would be killed by Zhao Rushan, which humiliated him, and he vowed to annihilate Zhao Rushan. The enmity between Yuan Luo and Zhao Rushan was not complex. At the Genius Conference, Yuan Luo shone brilliantly, and Zhao Rushan tried to recruit him, but his words implied threats, which displeased Yuan Luo. The two clashed, and with his fiery temper, he even took the initiative to strike Zhao Rushan. One must know that Zhao Rushan is currently a chief disciple of the Tao Court, and barring accidents, he will become the next master of the Tao Court. Even though the Tao Court said nothing, offending the chief disciple of the Tao Court put tremendous pressure on the Qingquan sect. Upon hearing Gu An's words, an Xian did not say much more. She vanished on the spot to negotiate with the Qingquan sect. Master, I accompanied senior sister to the Qingquan sect yesterday and met that genius named Yuan Luo. I feel Emperor Tianhong hesitated to continue. Guan walked to the artifact refining cauldron, observing the Tao treasure inside, and casually asked, "He's the reincarnation of a chaos evil demon, right?" Emperor Tianhong's eyes widened in astonishment. You know, the things Guan said to Xianxia and an Xian were not spread to other disciples, so the true identity of Yuan Luo had not been revealed. Even though he had joined the Taoist field of the beginningless for thousands of years, Emperor Tianhong still did not know that Gu and was aware of this matter. After all, even you, as a heavenly court immortal, have been reincarnated. One more chaos evil demon isn't surprising, Guan said with a gentle laugh. Emperor Tianhong fell silent. He gradually awakened part of his past lives' memories, knowing that he had an illustrious background in his previous life. He had confessed this to Guan, who fortunately didn't mind. Emperor Tianhong is the reincarnation of a heavenly court star monarch, whose cultivation level should have been in the Taiqing golden immortal realm in his previous life. Although I don't understand why this world always attracts so many outer heaven existences, as your master, I do not wish to partake in the karma. If one day you wish to return, your master will not stop you. Gu's words deeply moved Emperor Tianhong, and he quickly said, I won't go back. Silly disciple, once you fully awaken your past lives' memories, you'll know you'll definitely go back. Guan laughed, knowing well that Emperor Tianhong would not betray his information to the heavenly court. Among the Wuxia disciples, even in exile, no one truly knew how powerful he was, which divine skills he commanded, or even which great Daos he cultivated. If Emperor Tianhong could become a channel for him to express goodwill towards the heavenly court, that would be a welcome outcome. He bore no grudge against the celestial court, nor did he wish to create one. The conflicts with the immortal gods were out of necessity. Emperor Tianhong remained silent. Listening to his master's words, he realized he truly could not rashly make promises. By the way, Tianhong, do you want to become a Taoist emperor? Guan suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianhong quickly said, I don't want to. I just want to cultivate with master. He hailed from the Tao court, naturally knowing about the Taoist emperor. Coupled with some memory fragments, he knew Taoist emperors to be very powerful, but he preferred to cultivate alongside Guan. Intuition told him that Guan was his greatest opportunity. Guan turned to look at him and asked with a smile, if I open up a path similar to that of a Taoist emperor, would you be willing to step into it? Search asterisk the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Emperor Tianhong's eyes widened with excitement. Of course I would. If you pave such a path, master, I am willing to be the trailblazer. Shenzhen, standing to the side, added, if you're truly going to open up a new path of cultivation, then I also want to join. She had faith not in the immortal gods nor the great Tao, but in Guan shook his head slightly and said, it's just a concept. Whether it will succeed is still uncertain. Despite his words, both Emperor Tianhong and Shenzhen were already beginning to dream. In a quiet palace, Xianxia sat cross-legged on a prayer mat, cultivating. However, her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was enduring pain. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and spat out a blood arrow. Her face turned pale, and her entire aura collapsed. Despair filled her eyes. Her cultivation level was dropping again. If this continued, she might fall back to the Taoist collection Freedom Immortal Realm, or even drop to the mortal realm. She couldn't tell if it was backlash from the Emperor Road, or if the unbeatable Emperor's divine skills were still tormenting her. What kind of divine skill is this, that even the slightest leak of breath can make me lose? Is it possible he wants to conceal this divine skill by eradicating everything? Xiaoyu fell into contemplation, recalling the divine skills used by the unbeatable Emperor, which sent shivers down her spine. It was an aura of utmost evil. At this moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the palace, causing her expression to change dramatically. She looked up to see a cloud of dreadful black gas appearing on the dim ceiling, within which a pair of terrifying eyes opened. The eyes were purple, resembling a pair of snake eyes, staring down at her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664. The strongest power these eyes. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine, and she couldn't help but ask, you didn't die? Back then, It was with these eyes that the unbeatable emperor defeated her. As soon as these eyes opened, she was drawn into a strange illusion realm. In the illusion realm, she was besieged by multiple versions of herself until she was defeated. Even now, she could not comprehend it when she recalled the incident. What kind of divine skill was that, making her turn against herself? The battle within the illusion realm didn't feel like a hallucination, because afterwards, the injuries she sustained there manifested in reality. These mysterious eyes didn't answer Ji Xiaoyu, only stared coldly at her. Ji Xiaoyu sensed something was wrong. Her expression changed drastically. She instinctively tried to get up, but an unbelievably terrifying force suppressed her, preventing her from rising. The other party was probing her karma. No, he wasn't the unbeatable emperor. Ji Xiaoyu could feel that the oppressive force was much stronger than that of the unbeatable emperor. It was an unimaginable power. Even Guan did not bring such a terrifying sense of pressure. Could he be the entity behind the unbeatable emperor? Investigating the cause of the unbeatable emperor's death, Ji Xiaoyu instinctively thought of Guan, but in an instant, she focused her attention back on the figure before her. Were these eyes a bloodline heritage? She had heard from Yuan Songzi that the emperor clan behind the unbeatable emperor dared to take the title of emperor because they had nurtured many Taoist emperors. Cultivating so many great Tao emperors was beyond the reach of a mere Taoist technique legacy. The bloodline talent of the emperor clan must be extraordinary. Just then, the eyes closed, but Ji Xiaoyu did not relax, as the suppressive force was still there. A silhouette emerged from the black mist at the zenith, an elderly man in black robes, his white hair tied beneath a crown, exuding an extraordinary aura, with a coldness between his brows that sent chills down one's spine. His purple eyes seemed able to penetrate the soul, causing Ji Xiaoyu's heart to tremble. Ji Xiaoyu saw a shadow of the unbeatable emperor in him. This person clearly had some connection to the unbeatable emperor. The old man in black descended from the sky, landing in front of Ji Xiaoyu. He raised his right hand towards Ji Xiaoyu's forehead. Faced with such a dire situation, Ji Xiaoyu felt despair in her heart, but showed no fear, instead staring straight at the old man in black. Clap! A hand suddenly pressed on the old man's shoulder, the sound not loud. Yet at this moment, it reverberated throughout the hall. The purple eyes of the old man in black widened suddenly, and Ji Xiaoyu saw the newcomer behind him, which made her expression complicated. Suddenly, the old man's soul flew out of his body, turning to face the figure behind his flesh, his eyes wide open, emitting a terrifying aura. However, nothing happened. The old man couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? Who exactly are you?" His immortal emperors, I was actually suppressed by the other party, unable to unleash its divine skill power. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Even encountering an existence with a higher cultivation level, his immortal emperors, I could cause trouble. Guan slightly lifted his head, looking at the old man's soul, his expression indifferent. His right hand squeezed, forcibly pulling the old man's soul back into his body. Immediately, the old man's flesh rapidly shrunk, finally disappearing into his palm. Guan's right hand tightened, then tucked it into his arms, as if he were holding a small trinket. This scene left Ji Xiaoyu momentarily dazed. With the disappearance of the old man, the pressure suppressing her also vanished, but she remained sitting on the cushion. The hall plunged into silence once more. Guan looked at Ji Xiaoyu, suddenly at a loss for words, as the two stared at each other. Ji Xiaoyu regained her composure and asked, "Did you anticipate his arrival long ago, or did you notice him the moment he arrived?" Guan replied, "Both. I keep an eye on you when I have nothing else to do." These words caused a subtle change in Ji Xiaoyu's gaze. Does he care about me? Thinking this, Ji Xiaoyu felt a little elated inside, though she did not show it on her face. CTH Novel, IR. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan could hear her inner thoughts, which boosted his confidence. He smiled and said, Miss Third, do you have any grievances against me? Not visiting for years and going off on the path of the great Tao. If you came to me, I could surely grant you power stronger than a Taoist emperor. He still preferred to call Xiaoyu Miss Third, as it reminded him of the past. I can't bear such a title, and I'm no longer associated with the Ji family, Xiaoyu replied, pondering how to deal with Guan. She knew Gu An's words might be true, but she still didn't want to rely on him. Guan sighed inwardly. She's indeed proud. With a wave of his right hand, a Tao treasure flew to Xiaoyu, and Guan said, "This is a Tao treasure I crafted called the Reincarnation Endless Map. It contains the path of reincarnation, capable of eliminating the residual power left by the unbeatable emperor." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Xiaoyu looked at the Reincarnation Endless Map hovering in front of her. The map unfolded, filled with strokes and ink, resembling gloomy clouds, with nothing else visible. Chapter 665. Unbeaten Emperor Ancestor. This black-robed elder is the greatest supporter behind the unbeatable emperor, known as the Unbeaten Emperor Ancestor. The title of Unbeatable Emperor is given to each generation's emperor successor in the undefeated emperor clan, which has seen many generations of unbeatable emperors. To obtain the title Unbeatable Emperor among one's peers is almost to secure the path of the Taoist emperor, and the reason lies in the Immortal Emperor's eye. Acquiring the title allows one to inherit the Immortal Emperor's eye from the Unbeaten Emperor Ancestor. Even the undefeated Emperor clan is unaware of the existence of the Immortal Emperor's eye. The clan members only know that the unbeatable emperor wields a taboo power that cannot be exposed, and they will protect this secret even at the cost of their lives. The Immortal Emperor's eye of the Unbeaten Emperor Ancestor bears no greater karmic ties. He only witnessed the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect and the Stealing Heaven Emperor being suppressed by the Celestial Court, which made him wary of exposing the Immortal Emperor's eye. However, the power of the Immortal Emperor's eye is too formidable for him to relinquish. Over the years, in moments of despair, he mastered the Immortal Emperor's eye, thereby creating the renowned undefeated Emperor clan in the primordial Emperor domain. Now, with the cultivation level of the Miao Zhan Daiyuo Immortal, his cultivation reaches the heavens and the earth, remaining hidden behind the scenes while observing the rise and fall of the human world with a smile. If the unbeatable emperor and the other elite members of the clan had not been annihilated, he would not have acted. Upon realizing that the unbeaten emperor ancestor had no entanglement with the celestial court and even feared it, Guan suddenly changed his mind. Of course, the main reason was that the unbeaten emperor ancestor only had a lifespan of several trillion years left, and killing him would seize several billion years of life. But for the current Guan, life of several billion years was not that important. Perhaps the unbeaten emperor ancestor could create even greater benefits for him. Guan threw the unbeaten emperor ancestor into his Tao fruit universe. All Daoyuo immortals can develop a universe within the depths of their souls. Some Daoyuo immortals focus on developing the power of the universe. Previously, Guan tried to plant and harvest medicinal herbs in his Tao fruit universe, but didn't gain life from it, so he had no interest in developing the Tao fruit universe. For him, the Tao fruit universe was more like a divine skill, used to seal enemies and store treasures. The unbeaten emperor ancestor opened his eyes and instinctively looked around, finding himself in a dark universe. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head, only to freeze, his eyes widening with disbelief. A pair of golden-red eyes stared at him in the darkness, and in front of these eyes, the unbeaten emperor ancestor felt an urge to submit. "Who are you?" the unbeaten emperor ancestor asked, his voice quivering. He could feel his immortal emperor's eye shivering in fear, an emotion he had never experienced before, intensifying his dread of the mysterious eyes ahead. Regarding the death of your descendants, you should already know the cause and effect. Do you have any grievances? Gu An's voice sounded cold in tone. Even though the undefeated Emperor clan had its reasons, ultimately they refused to relent. Guan did not directly destroy them. He advised first, and when they refused to heed, they had to face demise. The unbeaten Emperor ancestor took a deep breath and said, "The strong vanquish the weak. What grievances could there be? I came because I did not recognize your strength surpassed mine. Before I die, I still wish to ask clearly, who exactly are you? Are these eyes of yours the immortal Emperor's eye?" Since the fall of the Stealing Heaven Emperor, he had never seen another pair of immortal Emperor's eyes, leading to many speculations about Gu An's identity. He even suspected Gu An might be the Stealing Heaven Emperor. You guessed wrong. I have no connection with the Stealing Heaven Emperor. Indeed, my eyes are the immortal Emperor's eye. You should be able to sense that, even as both possessors of the immortal Emperor's eye, the difference between us is significant, unrelated to cultivation level. Gu An's voice resonated, rendering the unbeaten Emperor ancestor silent, filled with a strong sense of defeat. Do you hate the Celestial Court? Gu An's inquiry awakened distant memories for the unbeaten Emperor ancestor. His immortal Emperor's eye suddenly appeared, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Yes, at this point, I have nothing to hide. The celestial gods of the Celestial Court killed my wife and children. This vendetta I will never forget for eternity." The unbeatable Emperor was generations apart from him. He held little affection for him, more of a familial duty to continue the lineage. But his wife and children were different. Even after such a long time, he could hardly suppress his hatred when he thought of them. Start the Novelier, an E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The immortal Emperor's eye of the Stealing Heaven Emperor instigated fear in the Celestial Court. And when the celestial gods descended, unable to capture the Stealing Heaven Emperor, the victorious Stealing Heaven Emperor, filled with fighting spirit, even led the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect to actively confront the Celestial Court, invoking the might of the court for suppression. In that battle, the primordial Emperor domain was affected, leading to the tragic deaths of countless innocent beings, including the wife and children of the unbeaten Emperor ancestor. His hatred stemmed from the fact that his wife and children were not casualties of battle, but were sacrificed entirely by a wounded celestial god who needed chi blood from his entire city, while he happened to be outside the city and escaped, witnessing his wife and children's souls consumed by the celestial god. During Gu An's soul search, he couldn't clearly see the heavenly court's immortal gods, but he could perceive the situation at the time, albeit the immortal gods appeared vague. Now the celestial court's immortal gods were always plotting against him. Even when the celestial spirit god suggested the strategy to ascend to immortality through meritorious deeds, he continued to guard against the celestial court. The undefeated Emperor clan was a power that could be drawn in. His absolute void, I had absolute suppression over the immortal Emperor's eye, so he did not fear betrayal from the unbeaten Emperor ancestor. Swear your allegiance to me, and this causality shall be settled. Both of us being wielders of the immortal Emperor's eye, we belong to the same camp. At least we will not be accepted by the celestial court, only suppressed by it. Gu An's voice sounded, and the unbeaten Emperor ancestor wasn't surprised. When he saw the eyes of the other, he knew the person was not a celestial god of the celestial court. If he refused, he wouldn't just die. The entire Emperor clan might face annihilation too. He had worked hard for many years and didn't want his efforts to go to waste now. In his eyes, the undefeated Emperor clan was merely his weapon for revenge against the celestial court. However, the weapon wasn't strong enough yet. He needed to bide his time. Gu An, aware of his hatred and plans for the Emperor clan, sought to subjugate him. "I can make your immortal Emperor's eye stronger." Upon hearing Gu An's words, the unbeaten Emperor ancestor's pupil shrank, and he immediately knelt, solemnly saying, "Greetings, my lord." Subduing the unbeaten Emperor ancestor was merely a side chapter. After assigning him some tasks, Gu An let him go, continuing his peaceful life. Since the return of Yuan Songzi, Zhao Rushan began contemplating reaching the level of Taoist emperor. This plan had long circulated within the Tao court, and in past years, Zhao Rushan was unable to defeat Emperor Tianhong. He felt that only becoming a Taoist emperor could fully surpass Emperor Tianhong. However, Yuan Songzi did not agree to take him on the path of the Great Tao, making Zhao Rushan quite dissatisfied. Yuan Songzi's assertion that he wasn't ready felt humiliating to him. Why could a mundane woman like Xiaolan go? But he couldn't. Occasionally, when Guan went to accompany Xiaolan, he noticed Zhao Rushan's maneuvers, as this fellow was secretly enlisting the upper echelons of the Tao court, with a mind even inclined toward rebellion. To this, Guan had no intention of intervening, as long as it didn't affect Xiaolan. Time flowed rapidly under this backdrop, far faster than before, as the era of the primordial era also approached its end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666. Changes of the world 200,000 years after the reshaping of heaven and earth. Figures of both humans and demons have spread across the celestial spirit great world, and the celestial Tao destiny that shrouds the great world has also begun to change. Those great powers who comprehend the rules of heaven and earth can all sense that the fate of the world is about to enter a completely new phase. Time flies. It has been 100,000 years since Guan subjugated the unbeaten emperor ancestor. 100,000 years are enough to change the world, but only those great powers who remain in deep seclusion have not been affected. Now, the human world has a new landscape, with an imperial dynasty named Taiqian rising. Supported by many super sects from the human world, within 100,000 years, Taiqian has aggressively expanded, and although it has not yet completely unified the world, its momentum has shown everyone the aura of a world ruler. The relationship between Taiqian and the Tao court is somewhat tense. Their grievances are many, and it is difficult to discern who is right or wrong. In early summer of this year, Guan wandered with Emperor Tianhong within the Qingquan sect, watching the recent internal competition. After the combat ended, they went to an inn to drink wine. Name, Guan, lifespan, 283, 979/18, 947, 893, 809, 561. Physique, primordial Tao creation body, cultivation level, perfect Taoist great Luo immortal realm. Without much fighting and killing, the increase in lifespan isn't very fast, but fortunately, it's steady. Guan is quite satisfied with this pace of increase. For the next million years, there will be no catastrophe in the celestial spirit great world, so his days will be very peaceful. He has achieved the cultivation level of the perfect Taoist great Luo immortal realm, and he can now consider factors beyond the cosmos in his future predictions. His foresight includes the influence of the 3,000 great worlds on the celestial spirit great world, a prediction ability far surpassing before. However, there are still unknown causes and effects he cannot factor in. Tianhong has already left the celestial spirit great world, and it is challenging for larger causes and effects to descend upon the celestial spirit great world again. While pouring wine for Guan, Emperor Tianhong curiously asked, "Master, recently a lot of mysterious talents have appeared in the Qingquan sect. Might this be your handiwork?" Guan replied, "I Xianxia constantly begged me, so I had no choice but to recommend a batch of talents. This batch of talents is not simple. They are from the undefeated Emperor clan and would be considered top-tier talents even in the primordial Emperor domain. Coming to the celestial spirit great world, none are inferior to Zhao Rushan." Guan first arranged for the unbeaten Emperor ancestor to deploy 20 people. These 20 have already established a foothold in the Qingquan sect. They are very happy to have come to the celestial spirit great world, for within the clan, they amounted to nothing, but here they finally experienced the treatment of peerless talents. The most important thing is that it's the arrangement of the ancestor. Being able to serve the ancestor, they feel proud. Under the admonishment of the unbeaten emperor ancestor, these talents behaved very well, causing no trouble and actively making contributions to the Qinquan sect. Does Wuxia have other disciples? Emperor Tianhong inquired further. The 20 talents from the unbeaten emperor ancestor made a great impression during the Qinquan sect's competition. He felt their talent was not inferior to his own, which surprised him greatly. Guan shook his head and said, "It's just a bit of cause and effect with me." Seeing that Guan didn't want to elaborate, Emperor Tianhong stopped probing and shifted the topic to the millennium combat within the Taoist field of the beginningless. Every millennium, one-on-one sparring occurs within the Taoist field of the beginningless. In the last bout, Emperor Tianhong faced the Blood Prison Great Saint. He unexpectedly lost to the Blood Prison Great Saint. This frustrated him greatly. He had thought himself to be the second disciple of Wuxia, yet he was unable to defeat that seeming frivolous ox demon. However, considering the Blood Prison Great Saint was his master's only steed, he felt a sense of relief. Now, he just wanted to know what divine skills the Blood Prison Great Saint was cultivating that were so domineering. Guan answered, "Extreme Tao combat technique. It's a Taoist technique I created during my reincarnation. It's a technique distinct from divine skills, very difficult to cultivate, and even he has only barely entered the Tao. The Extreme Tao combat technique is a Taoist technique created by the Extreme, and among all the disciples, only the battle spirit of the Blood Prison Great Saint is qualified to cultivate the Extreme Tao combat technique." Hearing this, Emperor Tianhong mused deeply. He found that his master had many inheritances, and each disciple cultivated different paths, with no repetition, so he dared not ask his master to teach him the Extreme Tao combat technique. He believed the Taoist technique passed to him by his master was not weak, only he had yet to reach the grand achievement to unleash its true power. After this internal competition ends, do me a favor by going down the mountain to Taiqian, find someone and teach him the method of cultivating immortality, and give him a new name, Tai. Guan looked at the street outside the window and said softly. As he spoke, he handed Emperor Tianhong a jade pendant, which would guide Emperor Tianhong to find that person. Emperor Tianhong took the jade pendant and asked, "To what extent should I teach him, and do I need to bring him back?" Guan replied, "It's up to you. At least ensure he has the power to defend himself. There's no need to bring him back, nor should you take him as a disciple or reveal the name of Wuxia." This instruction made Emperor Tianhong even more interested in that person. The internal competition of the Qinquan sect will last several months, as the sect's establishment is vast, with many talented disciples participating. The final 30 winners will go to the Tao court together to compete in the Magic Battle Conference, which symbolizes the highest talent in the world. The Millennial Heavenly Pride Magic Battle Conference is regarded as the most premier event between heaven and earth, and the rivalry of talents will bring unimaginable benefits to the sects backing them. It is truly a case of one person achieving Tao, elevating everything related to them. After the Qinquan sect's competition ended, Emperor Tianhong set off. Guan, however, went to the hidden spirit palace under the sea. Chen Chuan's parents, Su Ling and Chen Luo, had long departed, and they joined Chen Chuan to develop the sword sect together. Without further curses, Guan naturally paid less attention to them. Even though Chen Chuan was Xiao Chuan's reincarnation, Guan had already given enough care to his parents, with no need to keep watching all the time. The hidden spirit palace was desolate, with arrays of medicine gardens planted in front of the palace. The distribution was simple, and the colors pieced together gave off a bizarre sense of beauty. The deep-sea dragon carp opened its eyes and saw Guan harvesting medicinal herbs. It immediately stood up. Saw the Oval Fire net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now it had the cultivation of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Its temperament had become more mature than before, yet in its simple white robe with long hair reaching the ground, it still exuded a feminine grace. Although it still had the appearance of a feminine grace outwardly, it already understood the difference between genders. After cultivating in the hidden spirit palace for more than 200,000 years, it also harbored greater ambitions in its heart. Master, when will you let me adopt a few disciples to relieve my boredom? The deep-sea dragon carp came beside Guan, asking cautiously. Since Chen Luo and his spouse left, it felt lonely, often having no one to talk to. Guan ignored its sigh, knowing well what it was thinking, and said, "Once you reach the Zizai immortal realm, I will permit you to travel for 1,000 years to personally select and bring back 9 disciples." Zizai immortal? The deep-sea dragon carp's expression changed slightly, indicating it might take another 1,000,000 years. But thinking about its grand ambitions, it felt that even achieving the cultivation of the freedom realm was far from enough, and being able to cultivate 9 disciples in the Zizai immortal realm would greatly aid its future vast undertaking. "Thank you, Master." The deep-sea dragon carp immediately bowed, thanking Guan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667. Taiwei Divine Court Gu and did not look at the deep-sea dragon carp. He continued to pick the medicinal herbs. His heart was filled with emotion. As the disciples' time and cultivation grows longer, their hearts too begin to nurture ambitions. This is quite normal, for cultivation is indeed pursued with some goal. Guan would not restrain the disciples for a lifetime. With his promise to the deep-sea dragon carp, the fate of the deep-sea dragon carp changed. Long in the future, he would unify the ocean demon clans of the celestial spirit great world, even transform into a dragon, establish the dragon palace, and would engage in an epic-changing battle with the immortal cultivation realm on the continent. Seeing scenes of the future, Guan did not think it was a bad thing. Such conflicts are the choice of heaven and earth. Without the deep-sea dragon carp, someone else would do it. He cannot claim that all wars are absolutely evil. It is worth mentioning that when that great calamity comes, the deep-sea dragon carp will also face a Wuxia disciple, only that the two sides do not know each other. The deep-sea dragon carp did not know that Guan was peering into his future, and he meticulously followed Guan, narrating his recent cultivation confusions, which Guan addressed one by one. His upbringing of the deep-sea dragon carp was not inferior to that of the Wuxia disciple. After all, the deep-sea dragon carp had been independently managing the medicine garden of the hidden spirit palace with great merit. The deep-sea dragon carp was in the realm of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma, while the disciples within the Taoist field of the beginningless had the lowest cultivation level, also being in the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. Among them, an Exon and the blood prison great saint had already crossed into the Tao void profound immortal realm, reaching the divine thought true immortal realm. Although their strength could not yet be considered great, Guan was still satisfied with their growth speed. After all, not everyone could be as favored as him. Even the most exceptional talent requires a long time to accumulate cultivation. Under the magnificent blue sky, the mountains stretched continuously, with celestial giant trees rooted, towering over the surrounding majestic mountains, and there was more than one such tree. Beneath a giant tree, thousands of cultivators gathered together, and even with so many people together, the diameter of the occupied area was still far less than the width of the main trunk of the giant tree. Once the holy heaven reincarnation and the former lord of the heavenly spirit, great heaven and earth holy court, Zhu Shi, she stood among the crowd, listening to the person speaking at the front. The divine court is domineering, controlling the life and death of all living beings under heaven, and the cycle of reincarnation is at their command. The land upon which all beings dwell is divided by them. Those expelled by the divine court must leave the Taiwei great world. But outside the Taiwei great world lies a dark forbidden zone with countless evil demons and ghosts lurking, waiting to swallow living spirits. We, imprisoned here, have nothing to await but exile. Zhu Shi, wearing a blue and white form-fitting robe, with her hair tied casually, exuded a demeanor of a chivalrous lady from the martial world. Listening to the speech, her thoughts drifted away, a wry smile appearing on her face. She was originally venturing in another great world. Having awakened her origin divine soul, she was already a profound yuan-free immortal, having re-established her own sect. Due to sectarian struggles, she was jointly targeted by the local major sections. In the midst of chaotic fighting, she deployed a secret technique, shattered the void, and escaped into the chaotic stream of the Great Tao. Upon awakening again, she found herself in the Taiwei Great World. Just as she was about to acquaint herself with the new world, a group of cultivators descended from the sky, declaring her an outsider adventurer who must be detained, and thus she ended up here. This little world is the detention ground of the Divine Court, housing countless living beings, even those far exceeding her cultivation, and quite a few at that. She wandered this place aimlessly until someone recruited her, inquiring if she wished to escape to safety. Having ventured through numerous worlds, Zhuxi deeply understood that one's fate must be grasped in their own hands and could not sit idly by waiting for doom, and thus she came along. Surrounding thousands, with the lowest cultivation level being the Zai immortal realm, and the speaker's Tao practice being deep and unmeasurable, reminiscent of the type of adversary she faced when departing the celestial spirit great world. Even if my master were here, his Tao practice might still not be as profound as his. How terrifying a level of cultivation to be suppressed by the divine court. How formidable must this divine court be? She pondered alarmed, and thinking of her master made her feel a bit desolate. Parting for over 200,000 years, she could not find her way back to the celestial spirit great world, and felt as though she might never return in this lifetime. Only after leaving the celestial spirit great world did she realize how magnificent the great Tao was. Because of this, her heart embraced even grander aspirations. She wanted to restore the holy court, to elevate it to an existence surpassing the 3,000 great worlds. For now, she had to find a way to escape this place. The more perilous the situation, the more she felt she could encounter great fortunes. This Taiwei great world surely harbors great fortunes beyond her imagination. Search * The Oval Fire at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Do you suppose what his cultivation level might be? A voice suddenly reached Zhu Zai's ears, causing her to turn her head. A handsome man came beside her, his face smiling, in stark contrast to the grave expressions on the faces of those around. How high? Zhuxi inquired. The handsome man smiled and said, "He is an innate golden immortal, above the heaven-encompassing free immortal." Zhu Zai's pupils suddenly dilated. In the previous great world, she had heard of the legends of innate golden immortals, and she never expected to encounter one in a place like this. The handsome man continued, "In this place, there are dozens of innate golden immortals. Do you know the realm of the divine court, cultivator, guarding this place?" "What is the realm?" "That one's realm is the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, above the innate golden immortal, with 100 innate golden immortals under him, suppressing this place, while within the divine court, the heaven-balancing golden immortal is far from the summit." His words made Zhuxi furrow her brows tightly, feeling a sense of despair. With such a vast gap in cultivation, how could she escape? No matter how it seemed, the upcoming actions of this group would all result in failure. The handsome man looked at Zhuxi and said with a faint smile, "I have a way to get you out of here." Zhuxi frowned, cautiously asked, "We are strangers. Why are you assisting me?" The handsome man grinned. "You bear the karma of the celestial court. It seems you are related to some celestial being from the celestial court." Zhu Zai's brows knitted even tighter. "Don't overthink it. I was planning an escape anyway. Seeing you have such karma, I'd take you along." The handsome man shrugged, wearing a carefree smile. Zhuxi deliberated and thought it prudent to first test him, so she said, "I am called Zhuxi, and may I know your honorable name, fellow Taoist?" The handsome man replied, I am named Meng Lang. Meng Lang? Such a common name. Zhu had encountered many bearing this name in various places. She glanced around, puzzled, and asked, "It seems others can't hear our conversation?" The handsome man named Meng Lang smiled. "Naturally, since we are conspiring to escape, how could it be broadcast? What do you intend to do? Are you also a heaven-balancing golden immortal?" Zhu looked intently at Meng Lang, seriously asking. Meng Lang shook his head. "A heaven-balancing golden immortal, possessing vast divine skills, I am not." Zhu pursued. "Then are you an innate golden immortal? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 6, 68 Trace of the Immortal Gods. It's not an innate golden immortal either, Meng Lang replied, causing Zhu Zai's brow to furrow again, feeling a bit disappointed. The reason she didn't guess above the heaven-balancing golden immortal was because such a transcendent existence couldn't possibly be trapped here. She stared at Meng Lang, hoping he could convince her. What reliance did Meng Lang have that made him think he could help her escape? If he didn't explain clearly, she wouldn't follow Meng Lang. Meng Lang looked ahead, where an innate golden immortal was still passionately speaking, stirring the blood of those present, filling their hearts with high spirits and determination. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to fight desperately. The Taiwei Great World is really deep. Meng Lang, who is actually Guan, thought to himself. Guan, having foreseen in the celestial spirit Great World that Zhu was in trouble, came to assist her. He transformed into Meng Lang to avoid getting too involved in karmic entanglements. After arriving in the Taiwei Great World, Guan discovered that several Daiyuo immortals were hidden within this great world, and even some of the world's karma was too profound to calculate. He had heard before that among the 3,000 great worlds, a few had foundations far exceeding other great thousand worlds, and he realized today that it was true. This innate golden immortal had already set up a formation, thinking it would isolate prying eyes, facilitating the stirring of hearts. But little did he know, a Taichin golden immortal was watching him at this moment. Yes, not a heaven-balancing golden immortal, but a Taichin golden immortal standing above the heavens, toying with 2 pearls in his hand, his expression so cold, and his eyes reflecting the scene of Zhu and others gathering together. If Guan didn't intervene, Zhu would follow these people to escape, only to be caught by the Taichin golden immortal, brought back to the dojo, and finally refined into a ghost artifact. Moreover, Guan felt the presence of an immortal god in the depths of the divine court in the Taiwei Great World, stronger than the Tai immortal monarch, forcing him to speculate about the relationship between the Taiwei divine court and the celestial court. If you don't make it clear, I can't go with you. Who exactly are you, and what backing do you have to help me? Zhu Zai's voice interrupted Guan's thoughts. Guan smiled and said, "Don't ask so much, just watch." Zhu frowned upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say more, the speaking innate golden immortal suddenly burst forth with a strong momentum, drawing her attention. "Everyone, once the escape plan is confirmed, it should not be delayed. We can kill our way out right now. I will open up a tunnel, but it's uncertain where this tunnel will lead. Most likely, it will lead inside the divine court, and we'll have to improvise afterward." The innate golden immortal said while casting spells, drawing circles with his hands, and a black hole appeared in front of him, rapidly expanding, surrounded by intertwining time-space lightning, its darkness making one shiver, appearing so terrifying. Once the black hole stabilized, he entered it first, followed closely by others. Some hesitated, but seeing those ahead entering, they gritted their teeth and followed. Zhu was about to ask Guan, only to see Guan follow too. This made her feel absurd. Was this person's plan to follow these people? Then what was the meaning of everything he said before? Without him, she would have followed too. Zhu cursed a few words in her heart, and also chose to follow. She came behind Guan, staring at his back with an unfriendly look. If looks could kill, Guan would probably have turned to dust by now. The two stepped into the black hole one after the other. As soon as they entered the black hole, Zhu Zai's vision was swallowed by darkness, and even her divine sense couldn't see. But fortunately, she could feel the surge of spiritual energy, and she could also hear Gu An's footsteps ahead. "Is this your plan? Without you, I would have followed him." Zhu, she said through gritted teeth, her tone very displeased. Gu An's voice followed. "The real trouble starts after we get out. Without me, you will undoubtedly die." These words left Zhu, she uncertain and apprehensive. She could only hold her confusion in check and remain vigilant. She didn't completely trust the leading innate golden immortal either, just had no choice but to follow under such desperation. They moved quickly, and Zhu, she clearly felt the spiritual energy along the way growing richer. This indicated they were getting closer to the exit. Zhu, she grew more nervous, beginning to imagine what they might encounter after escaping. A while later, light finally appeared ahead, and Zhu, she heard the voices of the people around her, most of whom felt pleasantly surprised, not expecting to truly escape that suppressed place. As the light in front grew brighter, Zhu, she gradually saw Gu An's back. For some reason, she felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had seen this person's back somewhere before. Soon, she followed Guan into a bright light. Her divine sense instantly recovered. She sensed the people ahead stopping all at once, and she also halted her steps. She opened her eyes and looked ahead, her face instantly freezing. Not just her, the other escaping individuals also looked forward in disbelief. Ahead was a vast and boundless forest, like another world, only everyone's gaze was focused above the forest. Above the sea of clouds, countless figures in purple armor stood on the clouds, each holding a divine weapon. Sweeping the eye over them, one couldn't count how many there were. The vast army exuded a suppressive momentum. The leading innate golden immortal's face turned ashen, as if he hadn't expected so many enemies waiting outside. "Your Highness, you are the crown prince of the divine court. Why commit treason?" A voice rang out across the heavens, causing a commotion among the escapees, who hadn't expected this innate golden immortal to be the crown prince of the divine court. Zhu, she frowned deeply, feeling only dread. Clearly, she had been swept up in a larger karma, where if she hadn't been incited earlier and stayed in the place of guardianship, she wouldn't be facing such trouble now. The innate golden immortal took a deep breath, stepped forward, and shouted loudly, "General Zhu, you are the eternal divine general of the divine court, protecting the great world many times, and all living beings revere you. But now the divine court has become a lapdog of the immortal gods. In the last 1,000,000 years, how many innocent lives have been lost to the divine court's offerings to the immortal gods? Can you really remain indifferent? That immortal god is insatiable, enlarging ambitions step by step, and one day will set eyes on the foundation of our divine court. We cannot gamble." These words made the escapees even more uneasy. How could it also involve the immortal gods? Even the Taiwei great world, immortal gods were nothing but elusive legends. They, like Zhu Shi, felt things had become extremely perilous, involving the crown prince of the divine court and the immortal gods, meaning what awaited them was likely an irreversible disaster. Zhu, she turned to look at Guan, noticing not a trace of tension on his face, which only piqued her curiosity even more about how this person planned to lead her out. Could it be related to that immortal god? Start the novel F. Ire. Enti website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. From what the divine court crown prince said, that immortal god seemed very malevolent, but to Zhu Shi, an outsider, the good and evil of this realm were temporarily irrelevant. She just wanted to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669. The struggle of the celestial emperor. As the words of the divine court crown prince fell, A magnificent figure emerged above the vast army in purple armor on the clouds, appearing ethereal in the sunlight, like a mirage. General Zhu. He stood high above, overlooking the world, wearing heavy and majestic red armor. His face was solemn, and his brows resembled two flames. His long hair, coiled beneath the divine crown, and 7 giant swords radiating different divine lights hovered behind him in a fan shape, as if 7 divine powers stood behind him. Before General Zhu, Zhu Shi and the escapees felt a deep sense of awe. Some couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to their knees directly. General Zhu's right hand was half raised, playing with 2 beads in his palm, like 2 stars squeezing together, shaking the soul. Crown Prince, how dare you slander the immortal gods and question the divine court? If His Majesty knew this, imagine his heartbreak. General Zhu's voice rang out, and, as his words ended, a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead, shooting a terrifying red beam at incredible speed down from the sky. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that the divine court crown prince had no time to react. Boom! The red light struck the divine court crown prince, and the dreadful impact blew the escapees away. Some attempted to flee, but the tunnel created by the divine court crown prince had vanished. Just as the escapees tried to leap up, an unimaginable pressure pinned them down, forcing them to their knees. Howling winds, scattered debris, and forests were swept away, resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. Zhu, she was pushed to her knees, struggling to lift her head, her pupils trembling in fear. Such terrifying suppression. She couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the opponent went all out. The red light dissipated in front, leaving only a white skeleton of the divine court crown prince, trembling precariously, eventually collapsing on the ground. This scene filled the thousands of other escapees with despair. If even the divine court crown prince had to die, how could they survive? High above, General Zhu's expression was indifferent, as if he had not killed the divine court crown prince, but merely an insect. The countless divine soldiers in purple armor, also expressionless, heightened the air of despair in the land. General Zhu opened his right hand, letting the 2 beads fall, releasing a dazzling light as they descended, dimming the world. The intense light fell, and Zhu Shi couldn't help but turn to Guan beside her, gritting her teeth and asking, "Didn't you say you have a way?" Guan glanced at her, a corner of his mouth curving up. His smile appeared arrogant in Zhu Zai's eyes, seeming crazily out of place at this moment. Zhu Shi couldn't understand why this person could still smile as scorching air waves descended from the sky, making her mind go blank for an instant. Boom! The ground erupted with a world-shaking explosion. Countless trees flew like confetti, the divine soldiers of the court coldly overseeing everything. General Zhu's expression shifted, greed flashing in his eyes. Under the dusk, lying on the ground, Zhu Shi suddenly opened her eyes. Bloodshot filled her view as she gasped heavily, as if waking from a nightmare. She sat up immediately, seeing Gu An's figure beside her. Guan sat on a nearby empty ground, a fire burning in front of him, holding a mirror in his hand, as if admiring his reflection. Zhu Shi gathered her thoughts, instinctively looking around, finding herself on a cliff, distant mountains stretching endlessly, the ridges draped in afterglow, beautifully desolate. Did we escape? Zhu Shi looked at Guan, asking nervously. Guan gazed at the 7-star mirror in his hand, saying, "Yes, we escaped, but we're still in the Tai Wei Great World." The 7-star mirror, after his modifications, was now a Tao treasure, reflecting images of a human world in the Tai Wei Great World on its surface as he spied on it. Hearing his words, Zhu Shi sighed in relief, standing up, bowing to Guan in gratitude for saving her life. "Senior, I have things to attend to, so we'll take my leave." Zhu Shi turned and left after saying this. "Don't you want to become stronger?" Gu An's voice came, halting Zhu Zai's steps. She turned back to look at Guan, her eyes complex. Guan still did not look at her, his gaze fixated on the seven-star mirror. Saw the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Celestial Spirit, Great World, Xianxia sect. In the early morning, Guin and the Celestial Spirit God walked down the street, appearing to be strolling, yet discussing grand matters of the great thousand world. I learned from my dear friend that the atmosphere in the Celestial Court is strange, reportedly involving the struggle for the Celestial Emperor's position, with countless unimaginable forces scheming secretly, even reaching the Celestial God level. The Celestial Spirit God said gravely. Under Gu An's suggestion, he began to deepen relations with other celestial gods, with his mentioned dear friend coming from the misty Immortal Court. Gu, when browsing the roadside stalls, asked, "Does it involve Tian Hao?" Previously, the Tai Immortal Monarch and Profound Star Immortal Monarch seemed to have targeted him. The Celestial Spirit God shook his head, saying, even in his past life, Tian Hao was far from capable of competing for the Celestial Emperor's position. Not to mention him, even immortal monarchs are infinitely distant in rank from the Celestial Emperor, and this struggle won't erupt immediately. It is likely to simmer for a long time, eventually affecting even the great thousand worlds. Though not very knowledgeable about the Celestial Court, he knew what the Celestial Emperor symbolized. It was the highest position and power, representing the strongest of the heavenly Tao. Speaking of which, I discover an immortal god in the Taiwei Great World, he with the Divine Court. Guin recounted his experiences in the Taiwei Great World, 100 years since rescuing Zhu Shi, now accompanied by his avatar. Besides spying on the human world through the seven-star mirror, he occasionally wandered the human world in the Taiwei Great World. The Divine Court continually recruited divine disciples everywhere, with mortal recruits being severed from family ties forever. Some families received compensation, while others were forcibly enlisted. Guin saw these divine disciples being sent into a gigantic pill furnace, which was concocting some elixir, yet unfinished to this day. This was probably what the immortal gods sought, with the Divine Court offering tributes for 1,000,000 years. In those 1,000,000 years, countless mortal spirits had been sacrificed to the pill furnace, yet no elixir had emerged, piquing his curiosity about the pill's origins. He also shared this with the Celestial Spirit God, hoping for an explanation. The Celestial Spirit God frowned, saying, "Using living spirits for alchemy isn't unheard of, but I don't know what specific elixir that immortal god is concocting. Yet for it to remain incomplete for so long, it's probably related to the struggle for the Celestial Emperor. The Taiwei Great World is among the top in the 3,000 Great Worlds. I suspect other Great Thousand Worlds are also doing the same." He didn't condemn the immortal god's actions, instead feeling more worried. He understood the style of the immortal gods. Immortal gods would indulge evil, yet not leave traces. This meant the Taiwei Great World was doomed to destruction. If such situations arise in many Great Thousand Worlds, eventually, the 3,000 Great Worlds might be destroyed, and the Celestial Court will recreate the 3,000 Great Worlds. The Celestial Spirit God's face was extraordinarily grave, his words altering the look in Gu N's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670. Substitute the 3,000 Great Worlds will be destroyed? Guin was also surprised to hear this. In his view, although the immortal gods were tyrannical and saw all living beings as nothing, they would still adhere to the so-called celestial rules. Even if it meant destroying the world, they needed just cause. The Celestial Court indeed had the power to annihilate the 3,000 Great Worlds in an instant, but wouldn't doing so violate the celestial rules? Sir, the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guin suddenly felt that the so-called celestial rules were quite flexible. When it involved the highest authority, the rules were just child's play. "What do you think we should do?" The Celestial Spirit God looked at Guin and asked seriously. The celestial gods guarding the Great Thousand World had begun to take action, seeking a way out. To them, the Great Thousand World represented divine authority. If the Great Thousand World were lost, their positions would be destabilized, and their cultivation would suffer backlash. The celestial gods see all living beings as ants, just as the supreme beings of the celestial court see the celestial gods as ants. Guin stopped walking, glanced at a few spirit beasts squatting in front of a street stall, and replied, "Let things take their natural course. Before anything happens, the only thing you can do is cultivate diligently." The celestial spirit god had no choice but to give up after hearing this. Thinking about Guin's unfathomable cultivation level, he felt that when the catastrophe of the fight for the Celestial Emperor broke out in the Celestial Spirit Great World, his predicament might not be as difficult as it seemed now. He then continued to recount his experiences from a recent journey, and Guin listened attentively. Their conversation was only audible to them, and even while walking down a busy street, they didn't attract any attention. After spending half a day exploring the Qinquan sect, the celestial spirit god returned through the world gate. Guin continued to wander around the city. With the joining of 20 geniuses from the undefeated Emperor clan, the Qinquan sect was thriving, reaching an unprecedented period of prosperity. The top genius Yuan Luo continuously enhanced its reputation outside, attracting more people to come and seek guidance. At dusk, Guin carried a wine gourd in his hand. He stopped, drinking while watching the commotion. The disciples on the street were observing a conflict between two young male disciples. One of them, once a genius, had been crippled during training outside and was now enduring humiliation from the other disciple. The other disciple was a descendant of an elder within the sect, which meant no one dared to step forward to intervene. Guin had no intention of getting involved. Watching the scene unfold, he reflected deeply. For the disciples of the Qinquan sect, the sect represented the whole martial world. For the people of the world, the heavens were vast and boundless, unaware that the Great Thousand World was as insignificant as dust to certain beings. Guin pondered the path he wanted to take and what rules he should follow. He believed he could find his true self amidst the turmoil, for he had risen from the depths. Time ebbed away, and 400 years passed. In a valley, Zhu Shi, dressed in black, stood on the surface of the lake, holding a long sword with its blade horizontal in front of her as she closed her eyes. Guin lay on the grass by the lake, holding the seven-star mirror, peering into the scenes of the human world within the Tai Wei Great World. The divine court crown prince was but a microcosm. There were many people in the world who wanted to resist the divine court and that immortal god. The divine court crown prince was also persuaded, and these people had already formed a faction. Although lacking the power of the divine court, they could only remain hidden. Whenever someone was taken to become a divine disciple, these individuals would appear, seeking to win over the offspring or siblings of the divine disciples using hatred. But Guin saw the leader of this faction secretly kneeling before the ruler of the divine court. It was all a ploy. The divine court's control over the Tai Wei Great World was too deep, and for this Great Thousand World to overthrow their rule was extremely difficult. However, as Guin taught Zhu Shi to cultivate, he saw a variable. Zhu Shi would stand in opposition to the divine court. Once she could deal with that immortal god, she could replace the divine court. Boom! A vast sword intent blew from the lake surface, causing a gust of wind that stirred the flowers and grass, creating a green wave around Guin. Guin slowly sat up and tucked the seven-star mirror into his arms, turning his gaze to Zhu Shi on the lake. Zhu Shi still held her sword. Her sword intent materialized in thousands of silver stars floating above the lake, creating a beautiful and fantastical scene. Her dress billowed, and her long hair flowed, exuding an otherworldly aura. Finally entered the Tao, did you? This speed truly deserves the saint heavenly aptitude. Guin thought to himself silently. Zhu Zai's previous life was as Xianxia, unrivaled and symbolic of the strongest talent in one Great Thousand World. The sword intent Zhu, she comprehended, was precisely the Sacred Heart Sword Tao. The Sacred Heart Sword Tao was created by his reincarnation body, Xianxia, depending on the river of Sword Tao, needing no lifespan to transform and improve. The Sacred Heart Sword Tao continued to grow stronger. Aside from mastering the Sacred Heart Sword Tao, Guan had used his Tao intent over the years to assist Zhu Shi in her cultivation, allowing her to gain many insights and creative ideas. She might be able to develop a different Sacred Heart Sword Tao. Zhu Shi opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, as if two sword beams shot out from them. She slowly raised her head. She could already feel the Sacred Heart Sword Tao guiding her from an unfathomable distance. The feeling was subtle, allowing her to even harness the power of the Sacred Heart Sword Tao. Turning to look at Guan in the distance, she flickered and appeared before him out of thin air, bowing and saying, "Senior, I have barely entered the Tao." Guan stood and looked at her, smiling. "Since that's the case, we should part ways. Do you want to stay in the Taiwei Great World or go elsewhere? I can help you one more time." Zhu Shi was surprised, not expecting Guan to leave today, but she was too embarrassed to ask him to stay, so she replied, "I wish to stay." "Then be sure of your decision, for I won't be there to help you later. This great thousand world is brewing a terrible disaster. Even if you cultivate for millions of years, changing fate will be difficult." Guan said seriously. Zhu Shi took a deep breath and said, "I've long made up my mind. This great thousand world has a richer spiritual energy and great Tao compared to others I visited, and there are internal issues within the ruling power. There's room for me to grow here, and I want to stay. Perhaps I can achieve something great." Guan smiled and said no more, turning to leave. Zhu Shi watched his back and suddenly knelt, gritting her teeth, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your love. I've never been filial to you, but one day I'll stand proudly before you and make you proud of me." Guan didn't pause or look back, his figure vanishing. Zhu Shi couldn't sense any trace of Guan, feeling hollow inside. After all these years together, she finally realized that this Meng Lang was indeed her master in the celestial spirit great world, Guan, known as the supporting Tao Sword Venerable. However, she couldn't tell if the master came for her or just happened to pass by this world. She thought it was likely just passing by, which showed how uncommon this great thousand world was. Immortal gods, Zhu Zai's eyes flickered. Her gaze revealed ambition, giving her a majestic and oppressive aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671. The Fickle Heart of the World Sarch * the novel F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After parting with Zhu Shi, Gu An's life once again fell into tranquility. He delved into creating a Tao, but this path was exceedingly arduous, always causing this Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal to rack his brains. Time flew by swiftly. Another 100,000 years passed by. In this year, the Taiqian dynasty launched a surprise attack on the Tao court, igniting the flames of war in the human world. In the Tai Tsang dynasty, within the imperial garden of the palace. While pouring wine for Gu in, Li Xiandao lamented, "That Taiqian is truly formidable, daring to launch an attack on the Tao court. Whether successful or not, the courage of Taiqian Son of Heaven is enough to command my admiration." Taiqian is the strongest dynasty in the world. Although the Tai Tsang dynasty has not been annexed by it, they can still feel its tiger-like might. If it weren't for the feud between Taiqian and the Tao court, Li Xiandao believed Taiqian would eventually march towards the Tai Tsang continent. Guan toyed with the jade statue gifted by Li Xiandao, smiling as he said, "What? Does your majesty also wish to emulate Taiqian?" He had once visited Taiqian for leisure, and from top to bottom, Taiqian was infused with a belligerent spirit. The reason for waging war against the Tao court was not due to any grudges, but was a means to achieve a dominion through borrowed animosity. Behind Taiqian stood numerous powerful sects, which was the source of their confidence. In the coming years, both sides would engage in fierce battles for thousands of years, turning the world dim and chaotic until Zhao Rushan led the Dao court to suppress Tai Qian, ascending to the seat of the master of the Dao court. Thus, the primordial era came to an end. Following this began what would be known as the Ancient Era, a period far more prolonged than the primordial era. The final battle of the Ancient Era would plunge the human world into desolation, ushering in the Ancient Period. Gu An's gaze could see far into the distant epochs, even glimpsing the Tianyuan period from which Ji came. However, the future Tianyuan period was already vastly different from the Tianyuan period of Jis origin. Yet, Ji was bound to be born. If he didn't exist, the memories he imparted to Gu and would be illusory. To say I don't wish to emulate is false. As an emperor, who doesn't want to unite the world? But the Dao court is too strong, and without certainty of victory, I won't lead the people of Tai Tsong to their deaths. Li Xiandao shook his head and said. Currently, he had reached the cultivation level of a carefree, primordial immortal. Although he couldn't compare to the disciples of Wuxia in terms of training speed, he was still considered fast in the world. The two talked about worldly matters, occasionally mentioning Liya, Yang Jian, Long Tongue, and others. Nowadays, the person Li Xiandao valued most wasn't Yang Jian or the prince, but Long Tongue. As the son of Long Qing, and now the patriarch of the Long family, Long Tongue had grown up, his cultivation reaching the realm of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. He symbolized the highest talent of the Tai Tsong dynasty and was a world-renowned, peerless prodigy. Li Xiandao curiously asked, by the way, I've always wanted to ask, Long Tang's cultivation speed is getting faster and faster. Even Yang Jian is amazed. Is it you secretly nurturing him behind the scenes? A divine immortal of wondrous dharma, being the 6th level of the immortal Dao, can roam the outer heaven. Reaching the realm of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma before 1,000,000 years old is a once-in-billion talent. Guan raised his wine cup, smiling. See through it, but don't reveal it. He did indeed, quite like Long Tongue. Often, he would transform into someone else to be near Long Tongue. For Long Tongue to have reached today was largely thanks to his Dao intent. When Long Tongue cultivated, his Dao intent would envelop him, aiding in his enlightenment. Regarding this, Long Tongue was still unaware. In fact, though Gu N's Dao intent could assist others, it was more about giving them a gentle push. If Long Tongue had extremely mediocre comprehension, even if he used Dao intent daily to assist, he wouldn't have nurtured him to his current achievements. Li Xiandao, upon hearing this, grew even happier and started inviting for more wine. The two drank for a full 2 hours before Guan finally took his leave. Watching Guan's departing figure, Li Xiandao couldn't help but ask, Guan, how much longer can such days last? 100,000 years to him was extremely long, especially since he was an emperor, facing far more partings than ordinary people. He had even seen off many descendants, with the court's ministers changing batch after batch. Only when facing Gu and would his heart calm down, feeling that some things could not be erased by time. The most heartless place is the house of royalty, and Li Xiandao had thoroughly become a lonely soul. Guan raised the jade statue in his hand, saying, until you grow weary of it. Watching him suddenly disappear, Li Xiandao couldn't help but shake his head and smile, softly murmuring to himself, how could I ever grow weary? His expression gradually became complex. He didn't stand up, continuing to sit at the wine table, lost in thought. After leaving the Tai Tsong dynasty, Guan appeared above the sea of clouds, strolling forward. The human heart is ever-changing ultimately. Guan sighed. As for Li Zuando's life, he did not wish to interfere too much. Li Xiandao had been emperor for too long. When the expansion of the Tai Tsong dynasty halted, internal conflicts would break out. He had once executed rebellious royal family members, which increasingly distanced him from the royal family. Meanwhile, Li Ye and Li Lingtian had long roamed the world, never returning. When Guan didn't find him, He would always stay in the bedchamber or the imperial study, either cultivating or reading. Not only Li Xiandao, but other old friends also faced lives predicaments, which were more mental than situational. The path of immortal cultivation is long. When one cannot break through year after year, the fighting spirit weakens, and the thoughts become chaotic. Ambitions and emotions intertwined were as complex and uncontrollable as hearts in a mortal world. Even for them, Guan occasionally felt restless, particularly when his path of creating a Tao was not going smoothly. For this reason, Guan liked to travel across the world, visiting major sects and imperial dynasties. The diverse beings always helped to quickly calm his Tao heart. The reason for finding Li Xiandao to drink today was because his path of creating a Tao finally showed progress, and he was in high spirits, seeking a friend to drink with. Liu was busy with carefree vendettas, making it difficult for Guan to find him, so he could only find his father. When Guan met Li Xiandao, he was still very weak. Thus, when he saw Li Xiandao, he could remember the lost feeling of weakness, a sentiment that couldn't be provided by friends made after becoming strong. Soon, Guan disappeared above the sea of clouds. He arrived at Xiaolan's grotto heaven, switching with his avatar. Xiaolan was about to emerge from seclusion. Since returning from the path of the Great Tao, her cultivation growth had slowed. Even after being in seclusion for 100,000 years, there was no hope of a breakthrough, which made her heart quite agitated. "Brother Gu," the voice arrived before the person. Guan, who was admiring the flowers and grass, was about to turn when Xiaolan pounced on him. Xiaolan, without a word, attempted to kiss him and strip his clothes. Although only the two of them were in the grotto heaven, such roughness was unprecedented for Guan. Several days later, Xiaolan stood up from the grass, tidied her clothes, looked into the distance, and sighed. "Brother Gu, I suddenly feel I'm not a true genius, as I'm starting to encounter bottlenecks too." Guan stood up with her, gazing at her profile, and asked, "How about we spar a bit?" Xiaolan turned to look at him, and slightly shook her head. "Brother Gu, I don't need to regain confidence by defeating you. Even if I beat you many times, my Tao practice would not grow because of it," Xiaolan said, a nostalgic look crossing her face. If battling powerful enemies on the path of the Great Tao, when the fight ended, the Tao spiritual qi would surge in her, allowing her to rapidly increase her cultivation level in a short time. That feeling was truly wonderful, and she still yearned for it. "Who said I want to lose to you?" Gu An's voice interrupted Xiaolan's thoughts, causing her to meet his gaze. Xiaolan was stunned. It was the first time she had seen Gu An's expression so serious. She pouted slightly. "What? Do you want me to go easy on you?" Guan stared at her, whispering, "Even if you give it your all, you can't possibly beat me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 672, Primordial Tao Emperor. Seeing that Guan didn't seem to be joking, Xiaolan felt puzzled, but she had her own pride and didn't want to concede just yet. Start the novel, F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then let's do it. Xiaolan raised her hand and beckoned to Guan with the demeanor of a master. The corners of Gu An's mouth turned up. With a gentle shift of his right foot, the entire world suddenly changed. The celestial vault turned dim, the flowers and grass on the ground vanished, and an endless wilderness appeared beneath their feet. This sudden change in environment caused Xiaolan's face to change drastically. She looked around, feeling that everything around her didn't seem like an illusion. "What is going on?" She turned to look at Guan and cautiously asked, "Are you really my brother, Gu?" Guan laughed. "Laner, think carefully. Are you really sure about my origins? Since you became sensible, I have been at the Xiao Manor. Before coming to the Xiao Manor, did you know who I was? Who are you?" As she listened to Guan, the uneasiness in Xiaolan's heart disappeared. As long as Guan was still him, she wouldn't be afraid. Guan drew out the Cyan Hong sword, gripping the sword scabbard, and said, "First show me your full strength." A gleam flashed in Xiaolan's eyes, and her figure flickered. Boom! Xiaolan appeared out of thin air in front of Guan, holding the white spirit sword. The sword's tip was only 10 centimeters from Guan's shoulder. The ground beneath them shattered. Countless debris flew up, as if the world couldn't withstand the pressure and was collapsing. Yet, this mere 10 centimeters, Xiaolan was unable to advance any further. Her pupils suddenly dilated, not expecting Guan to be so formidable. Guan, holding the sword scabbard of the Cyan Hong sword, pushed forward. Xiaolan felt an overwhelming force like a tidal wave crush towards her, and she uncontrollably was pushed far away, disappearing at the world's end like a sharp arrow. Along the way, Xiaolan shattered dozens of massive mountains, leaving a long trail of dust and rock floating in the air, an especially magnificent sight. Xiaolan quickly emerged from the swirling dust, not looking the least bit disheveled. Around her was visible chi force, her eyes filled with fear as she looked in Guan's direction. At that moment, she had a terrifying feeling as if facing death. The earth and mountains quaked violently, raising a dust storm that covered the sky. Amidst the vast dust waves was a figure rapidly ascending. Unmistakably, Guan Xiaolan could feel Guan's gaze. She no longer cared why Guan was so powerful. She immediately raised her sword, and sword intent soared to the sky, sword shadows appearing around her, rapidly increasing and expanding their range. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadows covered thousands of miles around. An endless sea of sword shadows rose along with Xiaolan's sword, resembling a cluster of stars heading toward the cosmos. The sword chi formed tails like the rise of auroras, splendid to the extreme. Xiaolan swung her sword at Guan, and the sword shadows from all directions followed suit. Every sword shadow unleashed sword chi that shook heaven and earth, unstoppable. The ground trembled, the celestial vault ripped apart. In this overwhelming sword chi, everything appeared fragile. Guan did not use any divine skills. He flew straight toward Xiaolan. Speed increased dramatically, like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the sea of sword chi between heaven and earth, making it seem as though the celestial vault was split in two. Clang! Xiaolan's white spirit sword blocked Guan's sword scabbard, and at that moment, she felt her chi blood surging, extremely uncomfortable. She looked at Guan and found his expression so indifferent, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Such an expression deeply provoked Xiaolan. She leapt, disappearing in front of Guan, and reappeared behind him. Xiaolan summoned 72 large flags, quickly surrounding Guan. Almost instantly, a formation was set, and thousands of thunders erupted, intertwining around Guan slowly turned around, and as soon as the lightning was about to touch him, it vanished directly, creating an unapproachable area around him. Xiaolan's expression changed slightly. She stored the white spirit sword into her storage pouch and cast spells with both hands. The lightning changed color, transforming into purple thunder like dragons or snakes, crazily attacking Guan. The formation's light also surged, illuminating the entire world. "Is this all you can do?" Guan's voice echoed, causing the fighting spirit in Xiaolan's eyes to surge. Boom! 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 The world roared. The land continuously shattered, rocks soaring into the sky, and the dim celestial vault began to warp, seemingly unable to bear such a massive battle. An hour later, amidst the ruins, Xiaolan half knelt on a large rock, one hand gripping the white spirit sword to support her body. Her hair was disheveled, her robes torn and dirty, looking extremely bedraggled. She struggled to lift her eyes and saw Guan descending from the sky, hovering in front of her. In comparison, Guan seemed untouched by the battle. There wasn't a speck of dust on him, nor any sweat or bloodstains on his face. "Out is my strength?" Guan asked. Xiaolan pouted. "Very strong. I can't beat you." After the shock, She felt somewhat aggrieved. A few days ago, everything was so sweet, yet today he was so stern. Guan smiled and said, "As long as you can defeat me, you can become a Taoist emperor. I can teach you cultivation." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan looked at him, struggled to stand up, and asked, "Have you been to the path of the great Tao?" "I've been there." "Then why did you pretend to be so curious when I talked to you about the path of the great Tao before?" Xiaolan said with a grievance, feeling as if she had been toyed with. Guan said, "I went there in a past life. Everyone has their past life. You do too. If you wish, I can help you restore your past life memories now." Xiaolan furrowed her brows and asked, "What realm are you exactly? Why are you hiding your cultivation level? Are you?" She wanted to ask if Guan was sincere with her, but felt it was a question she couldn't voice. Guan smiled, "I can't tell you my realm for now. When you exceed me, you'll know. As for hiding my cultivation level, it's because I don't want to cause trouble. I like peace and quiet. You should understand my nature. As for whether I'm sincere with you, you needn't doubt it. When I went to Xiao Manor back then, it was for you." Xiaolan furrowed her brows even more. She was no longer the innocent girl she once was. She only appeared naive in front of Gu, and, "Is it because of my past life?" Xiaolan asked. Guan nodded. Xiaolan fell silent. Hearing her inner voice, Guan said comfortingly, "Regardless of past or present life, you are you, only with different memories. If I cared only about your past self, I would have restored your memories long ago." Xiaolan took a deep breath and asked, "Can you help me become a Taoist emperor?" Guan landed in front of her and answered, "I can, but I can also guide you on another path, one not inferior to becoming a Taoist emperor." "What path?" "Primordial Tao Emperor." Xiaolan's expression changed. She hadn't heard of this title, but just from the name, it seemed extraordinary. She couldn't help but ask, "Is the Primordial Tao Emperor also a level of destiny?" Guan smiled. "That's right. The path to becoming a Primordial Tao Emperor is different from the Emperor Road. It is not through killing, but through comprehension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 673. The Legend of the Emperor of Eternal Life. If I become the Primordial Tao Emperor, can I defeat the Taoist Emperor? Xiaolan asked the question she was most concerned about. In the years of roaming on the path of the great Tao, she had witnessed too many prodigies, all of whom were merely competitors of the Taoist Emperor. She couldn't imagine how truly powerful the Taoist Emperor was. Guan replied, "Whether it's the Taoist Emperor or the Primordial Tao Emperor, it's just a boost of destiny. None is absolutely stronger, but becoming the Primordial Tao Emperor, your future will be limitless." This wasn't just idle talk from him. The Primordial Tao Emperor was a path he had forged, and he could use his power to grow infinitely stronger. Sooner or later, the Primordial Tao Emperor would surpass the Taoist Emperor. Becoming the Primordial Tao Emperor would not only evoke Gu An's power of the Great Tao, but also allow enlightenment in Gu An's Tao. The name Primordial was derived from Gu and being the primordial Tao creation body. The title of Tao Emperor was simply meant to match the prestige of an emperor. He was inspired by Ji Xiaoyu's title of reincarnation, Tao Emperor. One day, he would make the Primordial Tao Emperor a more formidable existence than the Taoist Emperor. Not only his disciples could become the Primordial Tao Emperor. Of course, that was a far-off future, as his creation of the Primordial Tao Emperor was still ongoing. Currently, it was just in the first stage, which could attract people to the Tao. Xiaolan pondered for a moment and said, "Anyway, you won't harm me. I'm willing to become the Primordial Tao Emperor. Teach me." Guan smiled, waved his right hand, and Xiaolan's injuries instantly healed. Her mana was restored to a full state, and the entire dim world suddenly transformed back into the appearance of a grotto heaven. This scene made Xiaolan's eyelid twitch, and she couldn't help but ask, was it an illusion realm just now? No, it was the real world created by me. Gu An's answer made Xiaolon secretly alarmed. What level of realm was required to achieve such a degree? Sit down. Guan lifted his robe and sat down, gesturing for Xiaolon to sit as well. Once Xiaolon sat down, Guan began to teach directly. Sir, the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Taoist Emperor requires fighting and devouring great Tao destinies on the Emperor Road of the Great Tao. The final victor can become the Taoist Emperor. For the primordial Tao Emperor to rival the Taoist Emperor, it must also have an accumulation process. Guan did not intend to let the Tao seekers slaughter each other like raising poisonous creatures. He thought of his lifespan holograms, lifespan reincarnation, and the innate reincarnation skill. He planned to have the cultivators pursuing the primordial Tao Emperor gain enlightenment in reincarnation. Not a personal reincarnation, but a projection of will into reincarnation. It would exist in reality, but would ultimately be annihilated. It wouldn't disturb the great Tao, but could absorb its true essence. With this direction, he could better perfect it going forward. Xiaolon soon became engrossed in Gu An's teachings. The grotto heaven remained calm, with a serene beauty undisturbed by time. In the misty immortal court, within a vast golden hall, hundreds of youthful cultivators gathered, and Xianxia was among them. Many surrounded him, chatting, resembling stars arching around the moon. I finally got the qualification to compete for the Taoist Emperor. In a million years, it'll be our turn. Time is pressing. Xianxia is truly remarkable. He hasn't even surpassed attaining the free immortal of Taoist Zong, yet he has the qualification to compete for the Taoist Emperor. I heard that the ancestor values him highly. Don't be overly joyful. The road to the Taoist Emperor is arduous. We might end up killing each other. The disciples of the misty immortal court in the hall discussed matters of the Taoist Emperor. Xianxia remained silent, recalling the words of the elder who announced the Taoist Emperor matter. He always felt that the elder was watching him with ill intent. Although he had integrated into the misty immortal court, he wasn't born there, so he always had a barrier in his heart, preventing him from fully trusting anyone. Speaking of the Taoist Emperor, our misty immortal court has produced many Taoist emperors throughout history. Do you know which Taoist emperor had the highest talent? The words of a young man in blue clothes caught the attention of many, prompting Xianxia to turn his head. The blue-clothed man reveled in the attention. He cleared his throat and said, "Naturally, it's the Emperor of Eternal Life from Jinlan Immortal Mansion." Born with the Immortal Emperor's eye, he shocked the entire immortal court. Perhaps unmatched talent brings misfortune. Heaven is fair, so evil exists to covet his immortal emperor's eye. Breaking into the misty immortal court, it cost his parents' lives. To protect him, the misty immortal court sent him to Ling Mountain. The Emperor of Eternal Life inherited the true teachings of Ling Mountain and was the heavenly Buddha ancestor's direct disciple. He was unbeatable once he embarked on the path of the great Tao, becoming the Taoist Emperor in an incredibly short time. The Emperor of Eternal Life, the Immortal Emperor's Eye. Xianxia had heard of this name, said to be a supreme genius from long ago. He had heard several seniors use the Emperor of Eternal Life to pressure talented disciples. However, when asking about more deeds of the Emperor of Eternal Life, they were warned not to inquire too much. The Emperor of Eternal Life seemed to be a taboo within the misty immortal court. Why did such a powerful Emperor of Eternal Life die? Someone asked, puzzled. The blue-clothed man mysteriously said, "He didn't die from being killed. Even legendary immortal gods couldn't do anything to him. He entered the river of cause and effect for his beloved. Whether he truly perished remains unknown. In fact, many ancestors within the court anticipate his return. It's said that Ling Mountain occasionally sends disciples to the river of cause and effect for training, likely orchestrated by the heavenly Buddha ancestor. The Emperor of Eternal Life was the heavenly Buddha ancestor's most cherished disciple. The heavenly Buddha ancestor being a supreme presence beyond the great thousand world, still longs for the Emperor of eternal life. Imagine his extraordinary talent. At these words, the surrounding disciples nodded in agreement, beginning to fantasize about the Emperor of eternal life. Even Tianhao couldn't help but wonder about the elegance of the Emperor of eternal life. "Wait, how do you know so much?" a female disciple suddenly asked, prompting everyone to look at the blue-clothed man with odd expressions. Those who knew the blue-clothed man felt even more puzzled. The blue-clothed man maintained a smile, though it became increasingly eerie. "Because I've met him and assisted him," the blue-clothed man said proudly, making those around him have even stranger expressions. Tianhao sensed something and frowned, silently retreating. Suddenly, the blue-clothed man exploded into a black mist, quickly spreading out, causing surrounding disciples to retreat while holding their magic artifacts defensively. "Little ones, I am the profound demon emperor under the Emperor of eternal life. I am also a Taoist emperor. Today, only one among you can survive, and the survivor will have the qualification to compete for the Taoist emperor." The voice of the blue-clothed man resounded, but his tone turned chilling. Rumble. The entire palace began to tremble, and Tianhao's expression changed dramatically as he felt an overwhelming suppression from outside the hall. They had no way to escape. What was going on? Was it an enemy invasion or an arrangement by the misty immortal court? Tianhao took out his 3 Dao treasures and watched the black mist vigilantly, faintly catching the silhouette of someone walking within it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674. Projecting the Path of Creation, Profound Demon Emperor. In the Taoist field of the beginningless, Gu En, lying under a tree reading, murmured this name. Having inherited the memories of the Emperor of eternal life, he naturally remembered the Profound Demon Emperor. The Profound Demon Emperor was the most capable underling of the Emperor of eternal life, helping him to manage the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect and search for Fairy Yaoxian. However, ever since the Emperor of eternal life ignored the Profound Demon Emperor's obstruction, insisted on leaving the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect to find Fairy Yaoxian, and even injured the Profound Demon Emperor, the two bid farewell forever. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the Profound Demon Emperor was still alive. He calculated that the Profound Demon Emperor was invited by the Misty Immortal Court to create crises for this group of talents, forcing them to fight each other, only for the Misty Immortal Court to step in and chase him away. The Misty Immortal Court is not an evil sect. Letting disciples kill each other is unacceptable, as these disciples come from different immortal mansions, and their kin are within the court. If they engage in mutual slaughter, a storm will surely arise, potentially bringing about power shifts. Guan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, darkness exists everywhere. With Tianhao's current ability, even with the reliance on a Dao treasure, it would be difficult to survive till the end. The talents within that palace are not weak. The disciples of the Misty Immortal Court did not listen to the words of the Profound Demon Emperor, but instead began to jointly attack him. The Profound Demon Emperor's cultivation level had reached the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm, which this group of talents could not contend with. Soon, all the talented disciples were suppressed. The Profound Demon Emperor unleashed his divine skills, isolating time and space. So even if 1,000 or 10,000 years passed here, only a few breaths' time would pass outside, plunging the disciples of the Misty Immortal Court into despair. Eventually, someone couldn't contain themselves and began attacking their fellow disciples. Once someone took the lead, the slaughter naturally erupted. Tianhao did not actively participate in the slaughter, carefully avoiding other disciples, yet someone still sought him out. The Misty Immortal Court seemed to receive some kind of stimulus, intensifying the cultivation of its disciples, wishing to nurture combat power more swiftly. The reason behind this, Guan couldn't compute. If there's something he couldn't calculate, 9 out of 10 times it relates to the celestial court. Though the misty immortal court isn't within the Great Thousand World, it's reasonable to speculate that it got involved due to the celestial emperor's struggle within the celestial court, as many immortal gods have emerged from the court. Guan had no intention of interfering. Though Tian Hao wasn't the strongest, he was destined to survive. Because Tian Hao was a reincarnation of the Son of Heaven, those of great power in the misty immortal court would remind the profound demon emperor. Indeed, as Tian Hao was severely injured, the profound demon emperor intervened to send him away. This great battle persisted within the divine power illusion realm for quite some time. Yet in reality, it was but an instant. Seeing Tian Hao unharmed, Guan then withdrew his gaze. He was not only reading, but also condensing the fortune of the primordial Tao Emperor. To have the primordial Tao Emperor exist, one must create a truly existent fortune that cultivators could obtain and control. For this, he projected his life span 5 times to comprehend the path of chi fortune. Sir the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Every projection of his lifespan would manifest his reincarnation body in the celestial spirit great world. Fortunately, these reincarnation bodies didn't leave a renowned legacy, but became a psychological shadow of defeat for some of the absolute geniuses of the era, unforgettable for all eternity. Each lifespan projection required millions of years, and after using it 5 times, Gu An's path of chi fortune stepped into a brand new realm. Sure enough, things are easier with cheats. Guan thought to himself. After 5 lifespan projections, condensing the fortune of the primordial Tao Emperor was no longer difficult. This process not only advanced the cultivation of the primordial Tao Emperor, but also saw a growth in his own cultivation level. Guan continued to indulge in books and immerse himself in creating fortune. It wasn't until dusk fell that he stood up. He walked toward the peak where he lived, lifting his right hand. Streams of air circled his palm, supported by the wind, resembling water currents with a fiery sway. This was the fortune of the primordial Tao Emperor, seemingly gentle, but actually imbued with the fierce strength of the path of power. Guan pondered repeatedly and decided to embed the characteristic of fierceness into the primordial Tao Emperor. The primordial Tao Emperor, renowned for mighty power. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. With a foundation of greater strength, the primordial Tao Emperor, cultivating different great Taos, could achieve various creations and directions. By the time Guan reached his courtyard, the fortune of the primordial Tao Emperor in his hand was solid, twisting like a dragon or serpent. Xianxia, sitting in meditation in front of the artifact refining cauldron, turned to look. Guan then dispersed the fortune in his hand. "What was that thing in your hand just now?" Xianxia curiously asked. Guan smiled. "Just a little spell. You've been sitting here for 1,000 years. Aren't you going out for a walk?" He deliberately leaked a trace of the primordial Tao Emperor's aura to Xianxia, intending to lead her into the path in the future. Lately, Xianxia encountered a bottleneck in comprehending the path of cause and effect, not even venturing into the mountains and rivers, but sitting in meditation in front of the artifact refining cauldron all day. She chose to sit here because there was a Tao treasure containing the path of cause and effect within the artifact refining cauldron. Don't tell me that appropriate relaxation aids enlightenment. I don't believe it anymore. Xianxia glared at Guan, puffing her cheeks as she spoke. Guan indeed didn't dare say such things again. Having met with a bottleneck when creating the Tao before, the discomfort was indeed unbearable. Thus he chose to open up a little. After chatting for a while, Guan returned to his house alone. Next, he prepared to contemplate where to place the path of proving the Tao for the primordial Tao Emperor. One couldn't always require coming before him to become the primordial Tao Emperor. That would limit its development too much. The Taoist Emperor placing the Emperor Road on the path of the Great Tao was a fine guide. The path of the Great Tao, being the convergence point of the 3,000 Great Taos, had no rules, Not even the celestial court couldn't control it, granting cultivators more freedom. He could also position the path of proving the Tao for the primordial Tao Emperor on the path of the Great Tao. Let's call it the Primordial Emperor Road, adding 2 more words to Emperor Road, making it more appealing. Guan didn't act immediately, choosing to continue projecting his lifespan. This time, he intended to enhance the great Tao of creation, to turn what shouldn't exist into reality, and have it exist for a long time. The great Tao of creation was most crucial. No creation could be done without the great Tao of creation. Once again projecting toward the 3,000 great worlds, Guan was already experienced, uninterested in the process, only waiting for the result. Snowflakes flew, covering the vast mountains and rivers of the Qianquan sect. In a great hall, Xianxia, Lin Shun, and other high-ranking leaders of the Qianquan sect surrounded a remarkably handsome yellow-robed disciple. This person was Yuan Luo, the reincarnation of Chaos Grudge Luo. Today, Yuan Luo had proven himself as the world's foremost genius, also the pride of the Qianquan sect. Did you gain anything from this visit to the Sangming Profound Sea? Xianxia asked with a stroked beard and a kind face. Having watched Yuan Luo grow up, Xianxia felt Yuan Luo was his greatest pride in life. As for Tian Hao, he was, after all, from the beginningless, while Yuan Luo was entirely cultivated by the Qianquan sect, unrelated to the beginningless. The others also smiled approvingly at Yuan Luo, becoming more and more satisfied with him. Hearing the hierarch's inquiry, Yuan Luo's face turned grim, and he said through gritted teeth, "I was defeated by someone whose cultivation wasn't even higher than mine." The hall fell silent with this statement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675. All beings are equal, accepting disciples. How is that possible? Could you have been deceived? Even if they could defeat you, their cultivation level must be higher than yours. Could it be some elder monster in disguise? An elder frowned as he spoke. His words gained the support of others. They all believed that Yuan Luo couldn't possibly lose to an opponent of the same realm. Xianxia also frowned. He believed that Yuan Luo's judgment wouldn't be wrong. He could sense Yuan Luo's setback, and Yuan Luo had been traversing the world for many years and had indeed lost to elder monsters before. Yuan Luo took a deep breath and said, "I can confirm his cultivation level is not as high as mine, but I am unsure of his origins and do not know his name." The elder's consolation only made him feel worse. He was a proud person who disliked failure, but he disliked even more when others denied his failure. The high-ranking members of the Qianquan sect listened in silence. Has another peerless prodigy emerged? They calmed down and thought it might not be impossible. Especially with Taiqian and the Tao court currently at war, the destiny of heaven and earth evolving, and great powers declaring that the time for an era change in heaven and earth had arrived. In such a season, the birth of beings with greater talent might not be impossible. Moreover, given the boundless vastness of heaven and earth, the Qianquan sect is but a drop in the ocean. If the Qianquan sect can give rise to a talent like Yuan Luo, why can't more prosperous places give birth to even stronger talents? Xianxia spoke. Don't overthink it. When next time, or perhaps I could recommend you go to the beginning list for cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yuan Luo shook his head and said, "I don't want to go. I just want to rely on myself, and I still have a long way to go. If I reach the end and see no hope, then I'll seek other paths." Xianxia didn't insist, but he found it strange in his heart. Yuan Luo's resistance to the beginningless seemed excessive, yet Yuan Luo had never spoken ill of the beginningless. Other elders began to encourage Yuan Luo, hoping he wouldn't be disheartened. Faced with everyone's concern, Yuan Luo accepted each one, appearing very humble. He was arrogant to outsiders, but his reputation within the sect had always been good. This was why the Qinkuan sect was willing to support him at all costs, and his colleagues were proud of him. After chatting for quite a while, Yuan Luo finally took his leave. After he left, the elders finally expressed their true feelings. They found Yuan Luo's defeat inconceivable and even birthed worries because of it. No need to worry. Currently in the sect, he is not the only world-class talent, and with the beginningless, we will not fall behind in terms of talent, Gu Changshang said. His words gained everyone's approval. Centuries of companionship were enough for them to trust the beginningless. Xianxia followed up. The world situation is turbulent. Tell the people within the sect to be cautious and avoid entanglements with Tai Qian and the Dao court. We cannot support either. Qinkuan sect must follow a path of self-reliance. Whether it be the Tai Qian dynasty or the Dao court, behind them are numerous eternal transcendent forces, making them more like allies. The Qinkuan sect development is not as advanced as theirs, but each step is very solid, and the top level is still composed of their initial members. After receiving the orders, the elders began to discuss the world situation. The Tai Qian dynasty's offensive is fierce, nearly reaching the Dao court's mountain gate, causing an uproar throughout the land. People realized the Dao court was no longer the undisputed world ruler, which led many ambitious individuals to start scheming. The Dao court's territory is vast, and its foundations are deep. Even a small piece is enough to make a sect soar. 1,000 years later, Emperor Tianhong returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless. He came immediately to visit Guan. Master, the person you asked me to mentor, he has died. I failed to protect him. Please punish me. Emperor Tianhong knelt behind Guan, his expression dejected. And Xian, who led the way, couldn't move upon hearing these words, standing still to ascertain to whom Emperor Tianhong referred. Guan was inside the pavilion writing a secret manual, his back to Emperor Tianhong, and said, "No matter, dead is dead. I only asked you to teach him. Didn't expect you'd spend so many years before returning." That person was the reincarnation of the Tai, immortal monarch. Under Emperor Tianhong's guidance, his cultivation progressed rapidly. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of a great power from the Tai Qian dynasty. Even Emperor Tianhong couldn't stop it and had to rely on the power of a Dao treasure to protect himself. Having spent so many years together, Emperor Tianhong developed deep feelings for Tai, his heart filled with grief and self-blame. He even hoped Guan would seek revenge for Tai, but he restrained himself, knowing that his master had no obligation to intervene. In his eyes, his master didn't meddle in worldly affairs, only acting when faced with external threats. To the master, all living beings under heaven were of equal standing, and the master wouldn't favor anyone. Tai's death was ultimately a personal vendetta. He insisted on competing with talents from Tai Qian for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, resulting in the intervention of the opponent's support. Emperor Tianhong also made a move, but the opponents were numerous, and he couldn't prevail. I didn't expect to mentor for so long and ultimately develop compassion, Emperor Tianhong sighed. Tai was his first disciple, and after spending so much time together, he inevitably became attached. Guan turned to look at him and said, "Cherish the feelings this experience brings you. As for Tai, he will reincarnate." "Really?" I clearly saw him utterly obliterated. Emperor Tianhong's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Guan smiled without speaking, leading Emperor Tianhong to speculate it was his doing, engendering feelings of gratitude within him. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." Emperor Tianhong began to kowtow, exceedingly joyful. Guan looked at him with a silent sigh. Although he had awakened some memories of the immortal gods, he was still far from becoming a true immortal god. "Go and cultivate. As for Tai, I won't prevent you from encountering him again in the future, but you need not actively seek him now," Guan said. Hearing this, Emperor Tianhong felt even happier, hurriedly thanking Guan, then stood up, bowed to an Xian, and vanished from the spot. Master, could that person called Tai really be the reincarnation of the Tai immortal monarch? An Xian approached Gu In and asked softly. Yes, it's him. Aren't you afraid they, as two immortal gods, might collude? Rest assured they won't. Guin answered casually, casting a satisfied glance at his writing. An Xian inquired, Master, do you think I could also take a disciple? I haven't truly taken a disciple before and want to experience being a master. Don't worry, I won't go out. We'll choose a disciple from within the Qinquan sect. Guin shot her a glance and said, You may take only one. An Xian was overjoyed and giggled. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, I won't carelessly choose. The disciple I take will certainly please you, and they won't bring shame to the beginningless. Guin raised his hand to ruffle her hair, smiling. In truth, aptitude doesn't matter. If you meet a disciple you're fond of and they're willing to accept you as a master, don't worry too much. Chapter 676, Wuxi's Third Generation. Destiny fulfilled. After Guin agreed that an Xian could take on disciples, she eagerly headed to the Qinquan sect. However, Enzin's standards were extremely high, and after going through the Qinquan sect, she didn't find anyone suitable. Regarding this, she was not in a hurry, prepared to wait through the long years. She would either not accept disciples or accept one who would be the strongest among the third generation of Wuxia disciples in the future. Although the third generation of Wuxia has not yet appeared, the Wuxia disciples have already begun to prepare eagerly. The once-in-millennium sparring already couldn't satisfy them, especially after the Blood Prison Great Saint and an Xian took the lead. Other disciples began to contemplate other ways to surpass them. Guin not only had strong personal strength, but also his ability to cultivate disciples was evident to all, and naturally, the disciples wanted to emulate him. Upon hearing that an Xian was allowed to take disciples, other disciples in the dojo also approached Guin, hoping to take on students. Currently, aside from an Xian, only Celestial Demon Child, Celestial Cyan, Tianbai, Blood Prison Great Saint, Ghost Mother of Ephemera, Emperor Tianhong, Shunjun, and Xianxia remained in the dojo. Chun Chuan, LV Xian, and Xianxia had not returned until now. They had already established sects outside and could only occasionally come back to visit. As for the competition among the disciples, Guin did not intervene, as long as it wasn't malicious competition. After all, in the long years, there needed to be some fun to pass the time apart from cultivation. Time passed in a flash, and another 10,000 years went by. An Xian still hadn't taken any disciples, and because of this, the other disciples were not in a hurry either. They adhered to the rules secretly, as an Xian was the senior disciple, and her disciple should be the leading disciple among the third generation. Moreover, they required a standard. Being the first to take a disciple would easily become a reference for others. With so many geniuses in the world, who could guarantee their disciples would be the strongest? But if others had already taken disciples, they could make comparisons. In these 10,000 years, Guin had performed 6 lifespan projections, making his achievements in the Great Tao reach an exceedingly high realm. On this day, right after the Spring Festival, Guin came alone to the vast path of the Great Tao. The path of the Great Tao was vast and boundless, not in the form of a cosmic plane. It was lush and flourishing, with countless branches, each containing different Tao rules. The part of the path of the Great Tao he arrived at was considered the main trunk. The 3,000 Great Tao formed one vast Qi Sea, within which were continents and meteors, with no visible signs of life. Looking towards the overseas part of the Great Tao, darkness made everything here seem small. This time, Guin came to pioneer the primordial Tao Emperor. He hovered in the void, above the Qi Sea of the Great Tao, his heart capable of seeing incredibly far distances. He saw some people searching for treasure, some trapped in Tao dilemmas, some fighting for the Taoist emperor, and some facing life and death separations. Not only the human race and demon race, but also many other races existed, some not even in the form of living beings, resembling souls or stars. All things fell into Gu An's eyes, and even as a Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal, he felt the boundless creation. Those who could tread the path of the great Tao had already become immortals, detached from the mundane world, each entwined with endless karma, as if a world became a speck of dust upon entering the path of the great Tao. Gu An's gaze turned to a farther place. The 3,000 great worlds lay under the path of the great Tao, and the path of the great Tao connected many mysterious planes, including the primordial Emperor Domain, Misty Immortal Court, Ling Mountain, among others. Upwards from the path of the great Tao was chaos, and nothing could be seen, but Gu An's divine sense could reach into it, which meant there were planes above. He just couldn't explore them yet. Sir the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan withdrew his gaze and began to create the destiny of the primordial Tao Emperor. Creating destiny would not cause a great commotion. For the destiny of the primordial Tao Emperor to truly establish, it would take long years to develop. Rather than say he was creating destiny, he was in fact creating a kind of great Tao, allowing it to exist in the path of the great Tao until discovered by cultivators. Notably, Xianxia's Sacred Heart Sword Tao was also a kind of destiny. The Sacred Heart Sword Tao would persist with the river of Sword Tao, allowing cultivators to draw upon its power, just like a Taoist emperor and a primordial Tao emperor. It's just that Xianxia's cultivation level wasn't strong enough. There's no denying that Xianxia's comprehension was truly terrifying. Without using lifespan evolutions, he could reach this step, even though he wasn't stronger than the celestial spirit god. Before Guan entered the golden immortal Tao fruit realm, creating such a sword Tao was very difficult. But Xianxia was him, and Xianxia's greatness was his greatness too. As he complimented himself in his heart, he continued creating. His Tao intent formed streams of airflow around him. Before coming, he had already constructed the destiny structure of the primordial Tao Emperor. Now only the final step was needed for it to be born. Soon, these streams of airflow converged to form a gray mist studded with countless golden stars, still swirling around Guan. He raised his right hand and pointed in a direction, and the destiny of the primordial Tao Emperor surged that way. During the surge, this destiny gradually gained color, resembling a rainbow, but quickly becoming more vivid than a rainbow. Guan watched as it drifted far away. Only after it merged into the great Tao destiny and disappeared without a trace did he vanish as well. He didn't return directly to the celestial spirit great world, but visited other great worlds, even going to the primordial Emperor Domain and Misty Immortal Court. Each time he went somewhere, he would erase his karma and aura. After several hundred back-and-forth trips, he finally returned to the celestial spirit great world. At this moment, it was still afternoon, with a bright and sunny day. Guan went to the Gathering Flower sect and met with Xianxia. Upon hearing Gu An's message, Xianxia immediately set aside everything and came to meet him, even having her disciples prepare immortal brew and immortal food. The two met in a small pavilion on the mountain top, outside of which a vast sea of clouds resembled an earthly fairyland. Did something happen? Guan asked with a smiling face, naturally aware of what Xianxia faced. His direct call for her was also to help her out of a predicament. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's smile faded, she furrowed her brows and sighed. It's still the Taiqian dynasty and the Tao court causing trouble. Taiqian is rallying all the sects and dynasties to divide Tao court's territory. Before Taiqian breaks Tao court, whatever territory the sects get will forever belong to them. But if they wait until Taiqian breaks Tao court, Taiqian will confiscate all the land in the world. The elders of our sect also want to get involved, but I don't think Taiqian will win. Why won't they win? Guan asked. Xianxiong gave Guan a sidelong glance and responded with irritation. Because the Taizong dynasty still exists, The Dao court won't annex the Tai Tsang dynasty, but Tai Qian will. Guan smiled helplessly. I have long been unrelated to the Tai Tsang dynasty. The evolution of worldly affairs is not something I will interfere with. Really, Xianxia didn't believe it, and her inner voice made Guan give her a glare. Guan fake coughed and said, I have an opportunity here. If you can grasp it, the Gathering Flower sect might become as strong as the Dao court in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677. The Visage of an Old Friend. What opportunity? Xiangxia's eyes lit up with curiosity, and she asked eagerly. She trusted Guan wouldn't deceive her, so she already began looking forward to the future of the Gathering Flower sect. Guan said, the Great Tao encompasses 3,000 paths. Besides Qi absorption for immortal cultivation, there are many aids. I have an opportunity in hand called the Primordial Tao Emperor. By achieving the Primordial Tao Emperor within the same realm, no one can defeat you. You will find it easier to attain enlightenment than other cultivators. Of course, becoming a Primordial Tao Emperor is no easy task. I can only provide an opportunity. Success depends on your efforts and fortune. Primordial Tao Emperor? Hearing this name, Xianxia was instantly excited. Just from a name, she felt it was formidable. Guan then waved his sleeve, and a gust of clear wind brushed Xianxia's face, causing her to become slightly dazed, her consciousness floating into the Great Tao. The initial opening of the Primordial Tao Emperor requires not only time, but also Tao seekers. The more people comprehend it, the stronger it becomes. Destiny inherently needs to spread. Every living being carries the creation of the Great Tao, which they cannot perceive, but when they move toward a certain goal, the creation aligns with that target, forming an intangible, imperceptible destiny. The more beings pursuing the Primordial Tao Emperor, the faster its destiny grows. This process also aids Guan's Tao practice. Of course, he can also transmit his power to all cultivators through the Primordial Tao Emperor, complementing each other. While Xianxia was immersed in the creation of the Primordial Tao Emperor, Guan began drinking wine. He decided to conceal the fact that the Primordial Tao Emperor was his own creation. Even his disciples wouldn't know the truth. Xianxia was just the beginning. Guan would lead those he cared about into the Primordial Tao Emperor. Of course, if someone didn't want to become a Primordial Tao Emperor, he wouldn't force them. But he thought no one could refuse to become a Primordial Tao Emperor. Just like the attraction of the Taoist Emperor to the world, cultivators find it hard to refuse additional power to enhance themselves. Thus, in the years that followed, Guan transmitted the destiny of the Primordial Tao Emperor to his disciples, old friends, only saying that the Primordial Tao Emperor was a destiny ranked different from the Taoist Emperor. Just as he anticipated, no one refused to become a Primordial Tao Emperor. When dealing with Li Ye and martial resolution, Guan didn't appear in person, but allowed them to encounter the opportunity to become a Primordial Tao Emperor in a serendipitous manner. At this moment, he looked so weak, but such scenes were not uncommon on the path of the Great Tao. He remembered the deadhead seen before. He once admonished himself to be cautious, never to follow in their footsteps. But he never expected fate was already before his eyes. Fang Xian's lips curled, revealing a self-mocking smile. Suddenly, a light appeared before him, capturing his attention. He instinctively looked up and saw a light at the end of the cliff ahead. For some reason, he felt compelled to see that light clearly. He was dying anyway. He couldn't die so disgracefully. If he were to die, he would die standing. Fang Xian took a deep breath and forced himself to his feet, walking shakily forward. He was only a few dozen feet from the cliff's edge, yet it felt like a lifetime's journey. When he finally reached the cliff's edge, his chin was stained with black blood, his entire being appearing miserably tragic. At the cliff's edge, he finally saw the existence within that light. A piece of silver crystal, like a fragment of some creation, emitting light while rotating. "This is," Feng Xian murmured. As he recognized the silver crystal, his spirit condition surprisingly improved somewhat. He involuntarily raised his hand to touch the silver crystal. When his fingertip made contact with the silver crystal, a strong light burst forth, engulfing him in an instant. Supreme Sect, Third Medicine Valley. Under an old tree, Gu, transformed into a middle-aged cultivator, was playing chess with the nine-fingered divine monarch. Even though he had left the Supreme Sect for hundreds of thousands of years, because his sword intent atop the heaven-repairing platform had yet to disperse, many still came in pursuit of the supporting Tao sword venerable. Emperor Tianhong once came in the past. The Supreme Sect might not have been a top sect in the world, but its fame was immense. Gu's eyes slightly changed as he placed down the chess piece in his hand, somewhat surprised in his heart. Unexpectedly, this person has such fortune. Gu sensed someone stepping into the primordial emperor road of the primordial Tao emperor on the path of the great Tao. This person had some causal ties with him, being a cultivator from the battle court whom he had spared in the past. The cause and effect on the path of the great Tao are complex, especially concerning such destiny ranks as the primordial Tao emperor. Gu couldn't discern who in the future would become a primordial Tao emperor, so Feng Xian's success came as a surprise. It's truly a case of fate playing tricks, turning foe into friend. Sitting opposite Gu, the nine-fingered divine monarch stared at the chessboard, his brows furrowed tightly. He occasionally glanced up at Gu, then back at the board, thinking deeply. After a while, the nine-fingered divine monarch looked up at Gu and said, "This fellow Taoist, you remind me of an old friend." Gu chuckled and asked, "Who?" The nine-fingered divine monarch stood up, walked to the side, turned his back to Gu, and stroked his beard sentimentally, saying he was someone who disappeared almost 400,000 years ago. His chess skills were second only to mine. "I see a style in you." Gu glanced at the board and internally scoffed. Is he trying to take this chance to end the game? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678. The rise of the Emperor, the nine-fingered divine monarch began recounting his past with Gu, leaving out Gu's name entirely and altering many parts of the story. Gu sat in front of the chessboard, patiently listening to the nine-fingered divine monarch boast. His thoughts drifted to the Supreme Sect. Currently, the Supreme Sect leader is Yitsong. Under his leadership, the Supreme Sect has developed excellently, growing stronger year by year. The alliance between the Supreme Sect and the Tai Tsong dynasty has proven effective, with both sides brimming with zeal. Gu considered releasing the inheritance of the heaven-splitting axe. The inheritance contained within the heaven-splitting axe was long negligible, but the sword intent imparted by Gu was so powerful that no one could lift it. After laying the groundwork for hundreds of thousands of years, it was time to bestow the true inheritance of the heaven-splitting axe. Gu infused it with a special primordial Tao emperor fortune, doing so without drawing any attention. As Gu had predicted, after finishing his story, the nine-fingered divine monarch wanted to drag Gu into the old residence of a deceased friend, ignoring the chess game he was about to lose. Thinking of how many times the nine-fingered divine monarch had lost to him, Gu let it slide. For the time being, Gu observed Feng Xian while dealing with the nine-fingered divine monarch. By the time he left, no one knew that the supporting Tao sword venerable had ever returned. Sorry, the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The war between the Tao court and the Taiqian dynasty finally concluded, with the Tao court gaining the upper hand. After Zhao Rushan slew the Taiqian son of heaven, the Taiqian dynasty unraveled, descending into chaos akin to the human purgatory. This lengthy war, spanning many years, resulted in countless casualties. As the Taiqian dynasty's fortune dispersed, a blood mist lingered over the Taiqian land, refusing to dissipate for a long time. By slaying the Taiqian son of heaven, Zhao Rushan became renowned across the world, relinquishing the title of prodigy to become a hero recognized by all. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to strengthen, birthing more creations, making immortal cultivation increasingly accessible. Time flew by. 50,000 years had passed since Guan infused the path of the great Tao with primordial Tao Emperor fortune. The Taiqian dynasty became an ancient legend in the human world, with a significant increase in free immortals. The limits of prodigies becoming increasingly exaggerated, and the world's order growing more intricate. Within the Tao court in Shao Lan's grotto heaven, Guan accompanied Shao Lan in cultivation while examining his attribute panel. Name: Guan, lifespan 445 for 92/31, 076, 970, 562, 704. Physique: primordial Tao creation body. Cultivation level: perfect Taoist Great Luo immortal realm. His lifespan was growing steadily, but it was still far from 1,000,000,000 years. Guan planned to attempt a breakthrough after reaching 1,000,000,000,000-year lifespan. Though the variables invading the celestial spirit great world were increasing over the years, none posed any threat to him, so he remained unfazed. These variables were normal. Any powerful great thousand world would attract visitors from outer heaven. The celestial spirit great world, while not yet strong, was in a phase of rapid development, attracting beings from other great thousand worlds and dimensions to explore opportunities. The Taiqian dynasty was supposed to perish within a few thousand years, but was extended by visitors from outer heaven for 10,000 years. Of course, it wasn't just the Taiqian dynasty that had help from outer heaven. The Tao court did too. The master of the Tao court, Yuan Songzi, originally hailed from another great thousand world. Xiaolan opened her eyes, gazing at Guan, and sighed. Brother Gu, I still can't achieve the level of projection. It's too difficult. Although the primordial Tao Emperor doesn't require fighting like the Taoist Emperor, the difficulty is no less. Guan sat on a tree, playing with the 7-star mirror, smiling. Precisely because it's difficult, it proves its strength. Why rush? You have plenty of years to try. Xiaolan took a deep breath and curiously asked, Brother Gu, how many years did it take you to become a primordial Tao Emperor? About 1,000,000 years. Guan replied casually. Hearing this number, Xiaolan felt relieved yet despaired. 1,000,000 years. Even if her talent was greater than Gu Ans, wouldn't it take her at least 500,000 years? She felt a bit exhausted. She stood up and said, Brother Gu, how about we go out and have a look around? Guan jumped down from the tree, pocketing the 7-star mirror, and walked toward Xiaolan. What's so good about that mirror that you always carry it with you? Xiaolan couldn't help but ask. Her divine sense once peeked at the 7-star mirror, but found nothing unusual about it. Guan replied, I'm the only one who knows its value. Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Luckily, the mirror hadn't become sentient, or she would have been more suspicious. Guan accompanied Xiaolan out of the grotto heaven, his attention once again focusing on the path of the great Tao. That Fang Xian had actually succeeded in projection. This guy had an extraordinary comprehension on the primordial Emperor road. Guan eagerly anticipated his achievement of primordial Tao Emperor status. A primordial Tao Emperor needed someone to showcase its splendor. Defeating a Taoist Emperor would have even more impact. On the path of the great Tao, atop a meteor, Fang Xian sat in meditation on the edge of a cliff, his red clothes fluttering and white hair flowing. His eyes were closed, and his head trembled slightly. Gradually, his brow furrowed, as if enduring some pain. After a long time, Fang Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils trembling as if awakened from a great dream, his emotions out of control. He tried hard to calm himself and showed a look of joy on his face, murmuring to himself, Is this the creation of the primordial Tao Emperor? I haven't truly undergone reincarnation, yet I possess memories of reincarnation. Whether it's imagination or reality remains unknown. If true, the comprehension method of the primordial Tao Emperor is too incredible. On the path of the great Tao, he mostly heard about the Taoist emperor. Although there were other fortune levels, none could compare to the Taoist emperor. The primordial Tao Emperor was different. The mere hundreds of reincarnation memories he received just now left him astounded. He could feel that the real time had not passed for so long. If he could undergo multiple reincarnation enlightenment sessions, his cultivation breakthrough speed would exceed the previous method. With this thought, Xianxia's heartbeat began to quicken. Primordial Tao Emperor. I never heard of it before. Even if other primordial Tao emperors exist, they must be few, far fewer than the Taoist emperors. This will be the greatest opportunity of my life. Xianxia's excitement grew. He closed his eyes, carefully recalling the insights from his prior reincarnation experiences. At the same time, in another void space on the path of the great Tao, a black-armored lion demon arrived beneath a great tree. His form was humanoid, yet burly, his head retaining the original shape, with a mane reaching his waist, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He raised his right hand, reaching towards a silver crystal floating beneath the tree branches. "What is this?" the black-armored lion demon muttered, eyes full of curiosity. He was not alone. With Xianxia's successful enlightenment, the path of the great Tao gained hundreds of silver crystals, scattered across various void spaces. Most were quietly awaiting those with fate, while some, like the black-armored lion demon, encountered them soon after their appearance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679. New Momentum, the Dark Void. A mass of purple clouds floating in front of a bright full moon, with a cliff standing above the clouds, where an old man in a white robe is sitting. He has white hair and a youthful face, with two halos floating behind his head, constantly changing colors, beautiful and mesmerizing. He opens his eyes, pinches his fingers to calculate. His expression becomes strange. He begins to continually deduce, but unfortunately, no matter how he deduces, he cannot unlock the confusion in his heart. A figure suddenly appears behind him, a celestial god dressed in blood armor, with a terrifying aura, white hair fluttering, and a blood flower imprint on his forehead. It is the celestial destruction god. He has another identity, known as Longmie, the grandson of Emperor Longxin. The celestial destruction god bends and raises his hand, saluting the old man in white, saying, "Master, your disciple has come to see you. How many years has it been? You have finally come. It seems you have successfully refined a Dharma body for that entity." The old man in white speaks, his tone calm. The celestial destruction god replies, "Duty calls. The celestial mandate cannot be violated." The celestial mandate cannot be violated? Indeed, it cannot be violated. The old man in white stands up, turns to look at the celestial destruction god, gazing up and down, with a look of gratification in his eyes. "Your Tao practice is not bad, proving you haven't wasted your time. You're not unworthy of my cultivation." The old man in white strokes his beard and smiles. The celestial destruction god responds, "Master has cultivated more than just this disciple. Without Master, I would have died long ago." The old man in white shakes his head, turning to gaze into the dark void, while the celestial destruction god looks at him intently. CTH Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Disciple, your talent is extraordinary, possessing gifts that even the immortal gods find hard to match. From now on, you need not restrain your desire for slaughter. The old man in white says softly, reflections of great explosions flickering in his pupils. The celestial destruction god frowns upon hearing this and asks, Do you think it is already that time? Even if it hasn't arrived, you must prepare in advance. The changes in the Great Tao are becoming increasingly complex, and the struggles within the celestial court are growing fiercer. Who can say how much disaster lies within, and what it will ultimately evolve into? The old man in white sighs as he speaks. The celestial destruction god remains silent for a moment before saying, I am not prepared to rely on the talent left by the Long family. The Long family should disappear. I will only cultivate steadily. The old man in white glances at him, saying meaningfully, It seems someone from the Long family still lives, and you've gained a burden. The old you couldn't wait to be free of restraints. The celestial destruction god replies, Indeed, some still live, but they have cut ties with the past. I simply do not wish to follow the old path of the Long family, growing stronger through slaughter. To me, that is not the righteous Tao. Hearing this, the old man in white chuckled, shifting his gaze back to the void. Before returning to the celestial court, take a trip along the path of the great Tao. There is new fortune born there. What exactly it is, you shall explore for yourself. The old man in white instructed. The celestial destruction god agreed, saluted him, and then vanished from the spot. Only the old man in white remained on the cliff, standing in front of the bright moon, his figure appearing desolate. Who will be the next celestial emperor? Is this truly just a battle for the celestial emperor? The old man in white muttered to himself, with no one able to answer him. He was questioning himself. Taoist field of the beginningless. Another 10,000 years have passed since Fang Xian's first reincarnation projection successfully appeared. The human world has ushered in a new prosperous age, with the 100 sects vying for supremacy. Yet neither the Qinquan sect nor the Supreme sect, despite their strengthening, were able to enter the ranks of the 100 sects of the world. Over the years, besides daily life, Guan is most concerned with the fortune of the primordial Tao Emperor. Currently, over 300 cultivators are pursuing the primordial Tao Emperor along the path of the Great Tao. More than 1,000 have encountered this opportunity, some perishing in the recent 10,000 years, others giving up on this opportunity. Generally speaking, having over 300 cultivators striving for the primordial Tao Emperor, this destiny is considered to be formed. Although the primordial Tao Emperor does not seek quick strength through victory, the reincarnation projection speeds up cultivators' advancement, possibly resulting in the emergence of the first primordial Tao Emperor within hundreds of thousands of years, which piques Guan's curiosity. Who exactly will it be? Fang Xian was the first to begin, but new talents have emerged along the path of the great Tao, with momentum surpassing his. As for the Tao seekers in the celestial spirit great world, they were all acquaintances of Guan. Their natural abilities did not match the prodigies of the path of the great Tao, and Guan would not show favoritism towards them on the primordial emperor road, as they almost certainly could not become the first primordial Tao emperor. On this day, within the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guan plays the flute while watching the celestial battle in the sky. He creates a barrier field, allowing the blood prison great saint and an Xian to engage in combat, with Xianxia, the celestial demon child, celestial Cyan, Tian Bai, Xianxia, ghost mother of ephemera, Emperor Tianhong, and the white spirit rat watching nearby, their hearts surging and discussing continuously. Why is the blood prison great saint stopped again? Could it be he's fallen under an illusion technique? An Xian is formidable. It feels like she's toying with the blood prison great saint. Ha! Don't let him hear you say that. Hell hold a grudge. Senior sister in Xian is indeed strong. It's entirely unclear how powerful she really is. Did anyone see what divine skills an Xian used? The disciples are endlessly discussing, and Guan intentionally used a barrier to conceal Nzin's immortal emperor's eye, so the disciples did not witness any change in Nzin's eyes, nor could they feel the power of the immortal emperor's eye. This led to the combat feeling awkward, with the blood prison great saint intermittently pausing. If not for his formidable corporeal body and abundant chi blood, he would have already been defeated. Compared to Nzin's immortal emperor's eye, Guan was more pleased with the progress of the Blood Prison Great Saint. The Blood Prison Great Saint had created his own divine skills, allowing his flesh to rapidly regenerate. Even if his body turned to dust, he could recover in a short period. But such recovery requires consuming soul energy, and he began to feel fatigue, a fatigue emanating from the depths of his soul, weakening his control over his body. At this rate, his defeat was inevitable. Guan pondered whether to send the Blood Prison Great Saint to train along the path of the Great Tao. The Blood Prison Great Saint was well suited to grow stronger through combat, but regrettably, when asked several times before, he stubbornly refused to go. Even though Guan promised he could return to the beginningless afterward, the Blood Prison Great Saint still did not agree. If the Blood Prison Great Saint were assigned to tasks in the human world, he would go, but the path of the Great Tao is far away, and he always felt that once there, returning shortly would be difficult. No, it wouldn't work. He must be made to go out and train for 100,000 years before returning. Guan thought silently, not only to make Blood Prison Great Saint grow stronger, but also to reduce the pressure on the other disciples. The Blood Prison Great Saint not only loved to fight, but also had a foul mouth. Every time he won, he'd resort to frantically taunting his opponents, so now no one hoped he would win. All were watching his misfire. After some time, the Blood Prison Great Saint was defeated and exited the barrier with an Xian. An Xian, like a celestial being descended to the mortal world, landed beside Guan, her clothes without any change, appearing not to have undergone any battle. The Blood Prison Great Saint hung his head low, devoid of fighting spirit, his fists clenched tightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680 Wuxia Free Immortal Master I won. An Xian lightly laughed, causing other disciples to cheer, which made the Blood Prison Great Saint even more uncomfortable. To appear magnanimous before the master, he had to force a smile. After Guan offered a few simple remarks, he let an Xian lead the disciples away. The Blood Prison Great Saint landed beside Guan, hanging his head, looking utterly forlorn. After the aura of an Xian and the others faded into the distance, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master, next time I will definitely win it back." Thinking about it now, it's truly incredible. Before the creation of the Taoist field of the beginningless, and Zin's talent was so mediocre, hardly worth mentioning compared to other disciples. Yet, after arriving at Wuxia, and Zin's Tao practice advanced rapidly. Recalling the earlier battle, he even felt a chill. And Zin's divine skills were too terrifying. He was besieged by countless Zins. If not for his Buddha's strong, self-healing power, he would have long been defeated. The self-healing divine skill he created seemed tailored to showcase Zin's prowess. With anyone else, it's doubtful they'd witness so many Zins. The Blood Prison Great Saint's heart had never been so defeated. He dared not face Gu An's gaze. Although an Xian was Gu An's most cherished disciple, he was the only mount. In his view, his position was more special, and he could not afford to lose. Guan seldom saw the Blood Prison Great Saint so dejected, asking, "Are you very unwilling?" The Blood Prison Great Saint nodded heavily, his usual arrogance gone. "Lost is lost, win back later. An Xian also once lost to you. Even I have opponents I cannot defeat," Guan comforted him. The Blood Prison Great Saint took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Guan's lips twitched slightly, because he heard the thoughts of the Blood Prison Great Saint. The Blood Prison Great Saint internally asked, "But have you ever lost? If you achieved the primordial Tao Emperor status earlier than an Xian, perhaps you could surpass her." Guan pointed in a direction. The Blood Prison Great Saint looked up at him, reluctantly saying, "She is also chasing after the primordial Tao Emperor. Even if I am one step ahead, she will eventually catch up unless I have stronger divine skills than hers. The suppressive power of the immortal emperors I was too strong. After the immortal god reincarnation Emperor Tianhong lost to an Xian, he dared not challenge her again. Only by truly facing Zin's immortal emperors can one feel that despair. That may not be the case. The divine skills you have created have limitless potential. You just haven't thoroughly explored them. In fact, I have the most confidence in you, but don't tell the other disciples this, Guan said earnestly. Hearing this, the blood prison great saint was instantly excited, his eyes even glistening with tears. These words at this moment gave the blood prison great saint a great encouragement. He swept away the feelings of loss and confusion, becoming full of fighting spirit. He believed his master would not deceive him. "Master, I definitely will not disappoint you," the blood prison great saint promised, also pledging to himself. Guan followed up. "I want to send you to the path of the great Tao for training. Strive to become the first primordial Tao emperor of Wuxia, and once you achieve it, you can return." Upon hearing this, the blood prison great saint's excitement calmed down. He did not immediately agree, appearing hesitant. He feared that after he left, Guan would adopt another mount. Not to mention, Celestial Cyan and Tian Bai were eyeing his throne. Guan didn't comfort his concerns, joking that if he wanted to take a mount, would he need the blood prison great saint's permission? "I'm very interested in the origins of the primordial Tao emperor and the Taoist emperor. You must not only grow stronger, but also collect information on both. And when you return, I will help you perfect your divine skills," Guan said solemnly. Seeing his serious demeanor, the blood prison great saint dared not refuse and could only agree. Guan let him rest for a few days, and then would send him to the path of the great Tao. Embracing this arrangement, the blood prison great saint began to look forward to the path of the great Tao. What kind of place is it? He must make a great name for Wuxia. The blood prison great saint thought his master might really send him, allowing him to build rapport along the way. However, once he was ready, the master simply waved his sleeve and sent him to the path of the great Tao. So this is how he's sent. The blood prison great saint's senses were rendered useless. He tightly closed his eyes, thinking bitterly. After a while, he felt his feet touch solid ground, his senses quickly returning to normal, and as he opened his eyes, his pupils widened. Before him was a magnificent Tao intent Qi Si, vast and boundless. He stood upon a meteor, feeling so small, with the darkness beyond the Tao intent Qi Si appearing terrifying, as though it could swallow him at any time. "What a majestic Tao intent," the blood prison great saint murmured, the last bit of resistance in his heart disappearing completely. In such a place for cultivation, he might truly surpass an Xian again. Search * the novelier. NET website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The departure of the blood prison great saint left a quieter atmosphere in the Taoist field of the beginningless. Upon learning that had been sent by Gu into the path of the great Tao for training, everyone felt a sense of crisis. When the blood prison great saint returns, he will surely be more arrogant. Though they could no longer compete with the blood prison great saint, they did not wish to be mocked for their increasing gap. Thus, the Taoist field of the beginningless entered a period of secluded cultivation. The human world was also changing. As more and more sects rose, the Tao court's suppressive power declined. Their control over the outer heaven was broken, and the sects of the human world sent disciples to the outer heaven for training, ushering in the first outer heaven craze of the new era. Reaching the outer heaven immortal stage allowed one to go to the outer heaven, but previously, due to the Tao court, cultivators found it difficult to venture there. As more cultivators went to the outer heaven, its stars began to be claimed. Some fled to the outer heaven, some opened little worlds or dojos there, and some even established sections. The human world was experiencing a flourishing era not seen in a million years. In this context, 100,000 years passed like pages in a book, leaving no trace. In those 100,000 years, in the Taoist field of the beginningless, besides the ghost mother of ephemera, the weakest cultivation level was Tao void profound immortal realm, and Xian was the first to reach the Zizai immortal realm, becoming the first free immortal among Wuxi's disciples. A 55,000-year-old free immortal, how dazzling. However, Enzin's reputation did not spread in the human world, but Emperor Tianhong could use her as a comparison to the world's prodigies, making him feel incredulous while also motivating him to cultivate harder. In the 2nd century after breaking through to Zizai Immortal, an Xian finally selected a favored disciple. She brought back a 6- or 7-year-old boy to the Taoist field of the beginningless, hoping Gu and could bestow a name. This child did not come from the Qingquan sect, but was an orphan from the Nine-Spirit continent, whose parents were killed by a demon beast. Had it not been for Enzin's intervention, he too would have perished. This experience reminded Gu of an Hao from back then. Let's call him Zizai. Guan looked at the timid boy hiding behind an X, murmuring. An Xian asked with a smile, "Is it because I've just reached the Zizai immortal realm?" Guan shook his head, saying, "I just hope he's different from your senior brother, free from many burdens, and I hope in this life he can live freely and for himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 681. Vile Ancestor, carefree and at ease. An Xian murmured to herself, thinking of an Hao, her mood somewhat heavy. When she was a child, her parents were eaten by demons. If an Hao hadn't desperately protected her, she would have died too. In her heart, an Hao was like her own brother, even though they only depended on each other for a few years. Before Hao soared far away, she constantly thought of him. And Hao was like an eagle, never stopping, always soaring high, with missions constantly appearing in his path, ultimately dying for all living beings. In this life, he was reincarnated as Tian Hao, yet he had to head to the misty, immortal court for the sake of the celestial spirit great world. After knowing an Hao's destiny, and Sheng Tian no longer resented this primordial ancestor. Instead, he took an Hao as a goal, wanting to surpass and how to prove that in family's descendants were not a burden on an Hao. Young Zizai did not yet understand the meaning of his name. When an Xian fell silent, he couldn't help but shout to Guan, "I have a name. I don't want to be called Zizai." Guan asked with a smile, "Then what's your name?" "My mother calls me Little Spring." "You can keep that name. People can have more than one name." Guan's words made Zizai feel much more relaxed. For some reason, being renamed made him very nervous, as if he was being sold. At this time, Shenzhen, the celestial demon child, and others arrived one after another, curious about Enzin's disciples' talent. And Zizai's talent was naturally not lacking, with an ultimate lifespan of 9,999 years as well. On the Nine-Spirit continent, orphans like him were not in the minority, especially when the timeline was extended to tens of thousands of years. In the long years, such tragedies were countless. An Xian never deliberately managed these unless they appeared right before her. And Zizai attracted Enzin's attention because he invoked the rules of heaven and earth in his despair, even though he had no cultivation level at all. However, the ultimate lifespan of 9,999 years is not uncommon in today's human world. Physical aptitude is no longer the most important. Unseen, untouchable comprehension determines how far a cultivator can go. And Zizai's adorable appearance quickly won everyone's pity. Guan did not plan to teach in Zizai, conveniently giving an Xian a chance to hone her teaching skills. And Zizai's arrival broke the quiet atmosphere of the dojo, and the disciples stopped retreating, beginning to accompany in Zizai's growth. This was Wuxi's first third-generation disciple. Even if the disciples had competitive hearts in teaching and passing on skills, they hoped in Zizai would excel. Sarch * the novel Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Thus, everyone took turns teaching in Zizai. In the following decade, the Taoist field of the beginningless was quite lively. Though Zizai was an orphan, he was not solitary. In fact, he was somewhat carefree, often causing chaos in the dojo. At 17, Nzazai had already formed a nascent soul, with outstanding talent, filling all the Wuxia disciples with confidence and expectation. In the summer, Guan was reading on a large tree by the mountain stream, enjoying the cool breeze. A figure appeared out of thin air beneath the tree, looking up at him. It was Nzazai. He wore a fitted blue and white robe, his long hair casually tied with a cloth band. His handsome face still bore a hint of childlike innocence. "Hey, ancestor, why are you reading again? What book is so interesting?" Nzazai called out. His divine sense couldn't approach Guan, so he didn't know what Guan was reading. Since childhood, Guan hadn't taught him cultivation, but under everyone's guidance, he knew the ancestor was the most powerful person in the world. However, Guan liked to tease him. When he was young, Guan would sometimes suddenly yank his pants, embarrassing him in public, so he didn't speak to Guan with much reverence and even harbored some hostility. In his heart, this ancestor was too harsh. Whenever the uncles praised him, the ancestor would always criticize him, pointing out his shortcomings. The most crucial part was these flaws indeed existed, making him feel aggrieved. "This is a book for adults. Don't ask," Guan replied casually. Although he didn't teach Nzazai, he quite liked the boy, and Nzazai's arrival indeed made the dojo lively, life more interesting. Sometimes, Guan had to admit he was getting old. Elders like children the most. He wasn't like this before. After hearing this, Nzazai became more curious about the book in Guan's hands, but was displeased with Guan's words, insisting he was already grown up. "Master asked me to tell you that the Magic Battle Conference of the Qingquan sect is about to begin and asked if you would like to go watch." Nzazai continued to ask, very curious about this matter. Since coming to the Taoist field of the beginningless, he hadn't been out and was curious about everything outside. "I will go to watch, but I won't go with you all." "Umph." Nzazai pouted, waved his fist at Guan, and then disappeared from where he stood. He was already eager to head to the Qingquan sect. Guan didn't care about his small actions and continued reading, thoughts dwelling on the path of the great Tao. The blood prison great saint had already successfully carried out a reincarnation projection, considered stepping on the road of the primordial Tao Emperor. Now, over 1,000 beings had stepped onto the primordial Emperor road, and although no one truly became a primordial Tao Emperor, many forces were investigating the primordial Tao Emperor, even including the celestial court. Guan saw a celestial god investigating the primordial Tao Emperor and even engaging in dialogue with one of the contenders for the primordial Tao Emperor. This celestial god seemed familiar to him, and although the other possessed the destiny of the celestial court, which could block deductions, he instantly noticed the resemblance between the celestial god and Long Xian. He vaguely speculated in his heart. Even if this celestial god had nothing to do with the Long family, Guan wouldn't deliberately suppress them. He had anticipated today's scenario when he opened the primordial Tao Emperor. He wasn't worried about anyone discovering him through the fortune of the primordial Tao Emperor. The fortune of the primordial Tao Emperor had already been established, equivalent to the Great Tao. The Great Tao is boundless. Who could trace it back to its root? Fang Xian grew well on the primordial Emperor road, his understanding of the Great Tao far surpassing those of the same realm after multiple reincarnation projections. Guan believed he wouldn't lose if he fought with someone of the same realm on the Emperor road. This indicated that the primordial Tao Emperor indeed held potential not inferior to that of the Taoist Emperor. After observing for an hour, Guan turned over and leapt down, tucking the green hero travelogue in his chest, then headed towards the Qingquan sect. He wasn't going to watch the Magic Battle Conference of the Prodigies, but because an old friend had arrived at the Qingquan sect. This old friend was none other than Profound Celestial Intent, the writer of the Green Hero Travelogue. After traveling the world for hundreds of thousands of years, it was the first time he came to the Qingquan sect, bringing no particular purpose, just happening to arrive here. Guan looked forward to meeting him. They truly hadn't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years, and Gu An's Green Hero Travelogue was bought from the human world, not obtained directly from profound celestial intent. Meanwhile, profound celestial intent was strolling through the bustling main city of the Qinquan sect. He had visited many flourishing sects like this. Walking amidst the crowd, he observed the ethos of this sect, seeking inspiration. This Qinquan sect is indeed remarkable, not only deeply rooted, but I haven't witnessed a single act of bullying and oppressing the weak. Truly deserves to be the leader of the righteous Tao in this region. Profound celestial intent marveled internally, involuntarily thinking of the supreme sect. Since Guan left, he hadn't returned, unbeknownst if today's supreme sect still possessed such a spirit of the righteous Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682. The style of a grandmaster. Profound celestial intent walked on the streets of the Qinquan sect, thinking about the supreme sect. Although he missed the supreme sect, he had no desire to return. He did not want to shoulder too much responsibility. He desired more to roam the world freely. Even if the supreme sect had the extraordinary opportunities left by the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, he still did not wish to go back. Compared to the cultivation level, he had more pursuits. In his view, if one lived only to live longer, it would be very dull. He enjoyed experiencing the dust and grime of the human world, interacting with different people, and he liked writing these experiences down, hoping that those destined to see them would make his life worthwhile. Of course, the reason he was willing to stay away from the supreme sect was that Guan had left. Although Guan was gone, the sword intent left at the heaven-repairing platform remained, showing that Guan still had affection for the supreme sect. With someone protecting the supreme sect, he had no worries. "Hey, fellow Taoist, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" A voice interrupted profound celestial intent's thoughts. He turned his head to see a middle-aged cultivator approaching. This person was wearing an elegant blue robe, his demeanor serious, exuding an extraordinary aura. Profound celestial intent stopped, waited for him to approach, and then spoke. "I am profound celestial intent. Indeed, it is my first time visiting the Qinquan sect. I came to broaden my horizons after hearing about your grand assembly." He had entered the Qinquan sect openly, registered his identity, and handed over spirit stones, so he was not worried about any trouble. The middle-aged cultivator spoke softly. "I have a few books here that can help you better understand the Qinquan sect. Would you like to look at them?" Turns out he was promoting books. Profound celestial intent was somewhat disappointed. He couldn't discern the man's cultivation level and had thought he was a great cultivator. Now it seemed the man likely possessed some secret treasure, and his cultivation was probably not high. "How many spirit stones?" Profound celestial intent asked. Being new here, he didn't want to instigate trouble. If it wasn't too expensive, he could consider it a good deed. 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones, the middle-aged man said seriously. "So expensive? Forget it." Profound celestial intent shook his head and walked away. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man blocked him again, making him annoyed and ready to get angry. The middle-aged man raised his right hand, twisted his fingers to reveal 7 books, and profound celestial intent was drawn to their titles. Qinquan Secret History, Elder's Apricot Loft Tour, That Night, That Wind, Those Emotions. Just from the titles, profound celestial intent sensed an author's magnificent literary accomplishment, as if he saw a literary giant comparable to himself. "You definitely won't regret buying them," the middle-aged man said earnestly, as though imparting a world-class secret manual. Profound celestial intent asked, "May I take a look at a couple of pages?" The middle-aged man immediately took out a book and handed it to him. He accepted it, flipped a page casually, and was astounded. "We'll buy it. Do you have any more?" Profound celestial intent asked resolutely, determinedly. "No more. but there will be more in the future. If you're still here when the new books come out, they'll find you." The middle-aged man replied, shaking his head, always serious, leaving one unable to imagine him doing such things. His attitude greatly impressed profound celestial intent. What kind of conviction is this? CTH Ovalfire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist? After the transaction, profound celestial intent raised his hand to salute and asked, his tone full of respect. The middle-aged man returned the salute and then left with a single sentence. "I am Xianxia." Xianxia? Profound celestial intent remembered the name, deciding to write it into his book. Subsequently, profound celestial intent lost interest in sightseeing and quickly found an inn to savor the newly acquired treasure. Elsewhere, the magic battle conference of the Qinquan sect officially began, and Zizai followed an Xian to see the excitement. They were warmly received by the Qinquan sect's senior members. Hearing that Zizai was Zin's disciple made the senior members gaze at him fervently. Wuxia previously sent Tian Hao to the Qinquan sect, a person who truly made the Qinquan sect famous worldwide, bearing profound significance. An Xian was Wuxi's eldest disciple. To be taken as her disciple meant that Zizai must be an extraordinary existence. However, they did not dare to recruit rashly. They simply endeavored to please Zizai. In the pavilion observing the battle, Yuan Luo sat on a chair, looking far towards the pavilion where the elders gathered, his eyes landing on Zizai, frowning slightly. He naturally recognized an Xian and respected her greatly. In his youth, an Xian had even given him a spell. Yet seeing the elder's attitude made him somewhat unhappy. The Qinquan sect was fine everywhere except for a lack of confidence, always needing Wuxi's assistance. The 20 prodigies previously sent by Wuxia were indeed strong. A few even made him troubled, but these people stuck together and never truly integrated into the Qinquan sect. Sometimes, he worried they might betray them. In his view, where in this world is there perpetual giving? Why did Wuxia help the Qinquan sect so much? If in the future, Wuxia needed reciprocation, how could the Qinquan sect refuse? Always relying on others, when can they become independent? The Tao court is like this, with too many factions, always clashing, unable to truly rule the world. Sometimes, one decision stirs internal debate for decades, centuries, and even the master of the Tao court lacks absolute power. Yuan Luo noted Zizai's appearance, and Zizai seemed to sense something, turning to look at him. Their eyes met in the distance, and Yuan Luo quickly averted his gaze. Zizai frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable under Yuan Luo's stare. That person's name is Yuan Luo. He was once our Qinquan sect's top genius. Quite remarkable. I can have him teach you divine skills. Xianxia said to Zizai beside him, smiling. Sitting beside the sect hierarch, such treatment stirred not only Yuan Luo's interest. Many disciples discussed Zizai's background. Zizai shook his head. "Thank you, sect hierarch, for the offer, but I have my master and martial uncle's guidance. No need to trouble you." His words shook Xianxia and the senior members. So many of Wuxi's disciples teach him? It seems Wuxia intends to nurture him heavily. This intensified the senior members' desire to recruit Zizai. They wouldn't doubt Wuxia, but instead believe Zizai's future was boundless, destined to become renowned worldwide. LV Xian, Chen Chuan, and Shantian already had world-renowned names. This young man was likely to surpass these three. Zizai felt uncomfortable with their gazes, so he could only direct his attention to the ongoing combat ahead. In the dim void, countless meteors drifted, while afar, nebulas shifted their forms, wondrously beautiful. Feng Xian, clad in red, walked on a sword, his robe fluttering, embodying the grace of an immortal. Feng Xian's gaze was forward, his eyes calm, but his heart was slightly anxious. I wonder what the peers will think of me. Feng Xian journeyed to this void, sensing the destiny of the primordial Tao Emperor here. Not the true primordial Tao Emperor, as the destiny was lesser, but close. He had studied the primordial Tao Emperor for many years, encountering a bottleneck now, urgently wishing to exchange insights with others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683. The most idle person Fang Xian journeyed through the meteor ocean, feeling the increasingly intense destiny unique to the pursuers of the primordial Tao Emperor, which made his heart more uneasy. On the path of the great Tao, cultivators pursuing the Taoist Emperor would fight upon meeting. He wondered if those chasing the primordial Tao Emperor would do the same. To become the primordial Tao Emperor, there is no need to kill each other, which is why he dared to come. But the path of the great Tao has no rules, and there will always be those who recklessly act, so he cannot guarantee that such interactions won't cause him trouble. Regardless, he had already come. Fang Xian released his aura, wanted to let the other party sense him. Do you also wish to become the primordial Tao Emperor? A voice came from ahead, surprisingly that of the Blood Prison Great Saint. In the depths of the void, the Blood Prison Great Saint sat in meditation on a meteor, eyes open, looking towards the direction Fang Xian flew from. Appreciation showed in his eyes, not just because Fang Xian was a kindred spirit, but also because Fang Xian's attire suited his taste. I am Fang Xian, indeed wishing to become the primordial Tao Emperor. I hope I haven't disturbed you, fellow Taoist. Fang Xian's voice came with a tone of anticipation. He did not immediately approach the Blood Prison Great Saint, but maintained a safe distance. The Blood Prison Great Saint stood up, gazing from afar at Fang Xian, scrutinizing him. Fang Taoist, I did want to meet other kindred spirits. Would you come over for a chat? The Blood Prison Great Saint responded, his tone somewhat warm, making Fang Xian breathe a sigh of relief. The Blood Prison Great Saint had long wanted to converse with a kindred spirit, not for cultivation, but to complete the tasks assigned by his master. He came to the path of the great Tao, not only for cultivation, but also to gather intel on the Taoist Emperor and the primordial Tao Emperor. Fang Xian appeared in front of the Blood Prison Great Saint out of thin air, raising his hand in greeting. The Blood Prison Great Saint smiled, warmly grabbing Fang Xian's wrist and pulling him to sit down for a chat. Fang Xian remained slightly vigilant, but as their conversation deepened, he grew fond of the Blood Prison Great Saint. The Blood Prison Great Saint began by sharing his insights without reservation, speaking boldly without probing Fang Xian. Having lived until today, Fang Xian had experienced a lot of deceit and could discern that the Blood Prison Great Saint bore no scheming, only infinite curiosity about the primordial Tao Emperor. He too was filled with curiosity about the primordial Tao Emperor, feeling he could enjoy a pleasant rapport with the Blood Prison Great Saint. After the Blood Prison Great Saint finished sharing his insights, Fang Xian too spoke without reservation, which also gained the Blood Prison Great Saint's favor. This person is good, can befriend. This was the Blood Prison Great Saint's sentiment. Having been on the path of the great Tao for so many years, he felt lonely, long wanting someone to talk to. The two felt an instant connection, lamenting not having met earlier. When the Blood Prison Great Saint revealed he came from the celestial spirit Great World, under the primordial sword master, Fang Xian was shocked, which puzzled the Blood Prison Great Saint, who inquired about it. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Xian disclosed his origin. Upon hearing that Fang Xian was once a battle court disciple and participated in the attack on the celestial spirit Great World, later being exterminated by the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, the Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but laugh. Just when Fang Xian thought the Blood Prison Great Saint would mock him, the Blood Prison Great Saint laughed and said, "The fact that you survived under my master's hand means you weren't meant to die, although it must be confessed that my master showed mercy. To be honest, I've had the same experience as you." Fang Xian was surprised, not expecting the blood prison great saint to have had a similar experience. He immediately inquired about his past, and the blood prison great saint began to recount his tale. Knowing that the blood prison great saint came from the mortal world, nearly killing the supporting Dao Sword Venerable's disciple after ascending, and was eventually subdued by the Sword Venerable, gaining an unprecedented opportunity, made Fang Xian hold the supporting Dao Sword Venerable in even greater esteem. Let alone, in that battle, the supporting Dao Sword Venerable really could have annihilated all battle court beings. This supporting Dao Sword Venerable was truly merciful, a deservedly enlightened great power. He felt that the Sword Venerable acted so, considering that many of the battle court disciples were against their will, much like himself, having no choice but to follow orders from a sect. After their honest exchange, their relationship improved, and the blood prison great saint proposed they become sworn brothers, to Fang Xian's delight. They immediately knelt and swore to the supporting Dao Sword Venerable and the Great Dao, which left Gu and at the Daoist field of the beginningless both laughing and crying. Karma is indeed interesting. Although he could not predict how the primordial Dao Emperor would develop, he could precisely forecast the futures of the blood prison great saint and Fang Xian. The two would venture together on the path of the Great Dao, even expanding their sworn brotherhood to include other prodigies chasing the primordial Dao Emperor. Eventually, the blood prison great saint would bid farewell to his brothers and return alone to the celestial spirit great world, while Fang Xian and the others would continue to make a name for themselves on the path of the Great Dao, with their future being immeasurable. Millennia passed swiftly. One day in early summer, Gun was fishing in the dojo, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a book in the other, a new work by profound celestial intent. Through his minor manipulations, profound celestial intent remained in the Qinquan sect, waiting for more books to appear before him, unaware that these books contained Dao intent, causing profound celestial intent to frequently achieve enlightenment and steadfastly decide to linger a while longer. Yes, just linger a little longer. He's destined to roam the earth. CTH novel F. Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With this mindset, profound celestial intent eagerly anticipated more works from that mysterious author. Even if it meant waiting 100 years for a book, he thought it worth it. As Guan enjoyed a peaceful moment of relaxation, a figure appeared behind him. Ancestor, Master won't let me go out, fearing that if I leave, I won't return. But I just want to go out for some experience, and I will come back eventually. And Zizai said aggrievedly, his temperament still youthful at 1,000 years old, because he had yet to experience life's trials, and he knew this, hence his desire to gain experience, just like the prodigies of the Qinquan sect. Guan, with his back turned to him, responded casually, "You underestimate the hold of the mortal world. Once you go out, you might not return. I can't make this decision. If you want to go out, persuade your master. Frankly, even if you don't come back, I won't mind." Although Guan didn't mind in Zizai, he cared a lot about an Xian. Knowing how much an Xian cherished in Zizai, he didn't want to interfere with Zizai's life. Hearing his words, and Zizai couldn't help but glare at him, feeling his ancestor's nature was as perverse as ever. And Zizai rolled his eyes and asked, "Ancestor, how about if I go to visit my uncles?" LV Xian and the others were far from the Nine-Spirit Continent, a journey long enough for him to gain experience. "Ask your master. Can you just speak a little bit for me? Ask your master." No matter how Zizai tried to persuade him, Guan remained unmoved, leaving him quite frustrated. Just then, an Xian appeared beside him, scaring him into bowing quickly. An Xian frowned, saying solemnly, "Haven't I told you not to disturb your ancestors' cultivation without reason? Is this considered cultivation?" And Zizai couldn't help but retort. Ever since he became aware, he had never seen Guan cultivate. In his opinion, among the beginningless, the most idle was Guan unpleased, and Zin's eyes flashed, and she scolded, "Kneel and apologize." and Zazai felt aggrieved to the point of bursting, yet chose to obediently kneel. Guan turned around, smiling at Zazai, making his eyes redden. And Xian looked towards Guan, asking, "Master, can you predict whether he will return if he goes out?" And Zazai suddenly felt hopeless, believing Guan would certainly not speak up for him. "He will return, but he will go through many events," Guan casually replied, surprising Zazai. Guan had not spoken. He had discerned Zazai's destiny upon leaving the dojo. Eventually, the kid would return, but before that, had faced many trials, perhaps bearing some missions. Of course, these missions were only within the celestial spirit great world and weren't significant in Guan's eyes. But as long as this kid could resolve them on his own, he was disinclined to interfere. And Zazai was certainly not the last Wuxia disciple. There would be new disciples in the future, so Guan did not consider him crucial. And Xian understood her master's implication. And Zazai would experience many things, and they would undoubtedly be quite challenging. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6, 84-inch. Are you ready to face life's challenges? You will meet many people, and you may make enemies. Perhaps you will fall in love with someone, but in the end, it might be unfulfilled. Even so, you still want to go out? And Xian looked at Zazai and asked, her tone melancholy. And Zazai was overjoyed upon hearing this, because his master finally relented. Gain or lose, it is my fate. I just want to see, not necessarily to gain anything. And Zazai looked up at his master and answered seriously. Watching his expression, and Xian sighed, took out her Tao treasure, the 6 Paths mirror, and handed it to Zazai, saying, "This is my magical treasure. I'll lend it to you. Go visit Xianxia. Show him this mirror, and he will see you. Tell him I would like you to follow him to cultivate swordsmanship." As Zazai took the 6 Paths mirror and was about to say something, and Xian handed him a jade pendant, saying it could guide his direction. "Go now, or it'll change my mind." And Xian said, with an indifferent expression. Guan glanced back at Zazai and laughed. "Look at you making your master so angry, such impiety." Because of what he said earlier, and Zazai initially felt grateful, but now that sense of gratitude vanished. "Master, I will come back." And Zazai quickly knelt, kowtowed to an Xian, then stood up, glared at Guan, and turned to leave. And Xian watched as Zazai disappeared into the horizon, and then bowed towards Guan, silently departing. Guan didn't console an Xian. Instead, he had a mischievous feeling as if watching a play. People always long for freedom. The harder the challenges, the stronger the desire for freedom. Guan said leisurely. He had taken on many disciples and knew this very well. However, everything must be experienced. An Xian wanting to take a disciple has to face the disciple's mindset. After all, a disciple is human, with thoughts of their own. At this moment, the fishing rod quivered, and finally, a fish took the bait. Guan immediately gripped the fishing rod with both hands, starting a battle of wits with the fish in the lake. Water splashed, scattering onto the leaves, with sunshine illuminating the droplets, making them appear as if they held tiny worlds within. And Zazai's departure once again left the Taoist field of the beginningless quiet, with other disciples also starting to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. For Guan, the liveliness or quietness of the dojo wasn't the most important aspect. Time seemed to speed up with each passing moment. 800 years later, Guan returned to this spot to fish, holding a book in his other hand while waiting for a fish to take the bait. The sunlight was bright, making the lake's surface glisten, and a gentle breeze blew through, ruffling his hair. A figure emerged from the woods behind him, a man in a warrior's cloth robe, with disheveled hair, a weathered face, and stubble around his mouth. His eyes carried a look of sorrow. It was Zazai. Compared to 800 years ago, He was a different person, devoid of his previous spirit, and his demeanor appeared desolate. And Zizai looked at Gu Ans back, somewhat dazed, with a slight change in his eyes. He suddenly recalled the scene from years ago when he left, with the ancestor also fishing here, turning his back to him, the silhouette unchanged, giving him a sense of traversing time and space. Disciple greets the ancestor, and Zizai approached Guin from behind, bowing respectfully, his voice filled with melancholy. "It's good to be back," Guin replied, without turning his head to look at Zizai. He already knew what Zizai had gone through over these years. 800 years seemed like a day to him, but for many, it was a long, lengthy passage of time. During these 800 years, Zizai experienced many things, witnessing the tragic deaths of brothers, those he loved, unable to protect those who trusted him. Too many blows had crushed his former vivacity. If not for Nzin's 6 paths mirror protecting him, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died. And Zizai raised his eyes to look at Guin, taking a deep breath, asking, "Ancestor, is there truly justice and fairness in this world? Why do some commit atrocities but still enjoy people's adoration, and even when their sect knows of their crimes, they cover for them?" He was referring to a great cultivator of Taoist Zong Zizai, immortal from one of the 100 sects, the Baidu sect. The disciple of that great cultivator worked for him, capturing mortals among the people, and even some cultivators fell victim, committing all sorts of atrocities. And Zizai and his friends, upon witnessing injustice, offended the great cultivator's disciple, triggering a series of grudges. And Zizai was hunted for over 100 years, and once lay in hiding for 100 years before finally killing the disciple, only to uncover the truth. Helpless before Taoist Zong Zizai immortal suppression, he could only watch his beloved ones dying. Even the Baidu sect continued to hunt him, and if not for his timely escape to Chun Chuan sword sect, he would have already been killed. The sword sect was nowhere near as powerful as the Baidu sect, yet the legend of the beginningless still lingered in the world, giving the Baidu sect pause. The path of cultivating immortality does not lie in the short term. What you see is just a fragment of the vast mortal world. In years to come, what puzzles you will surely have answers. Those evils and seemingly invincible will also be obliterated, while right and wrong will be judged by future generations. Guin responded absent-mindedly. Chapter 685. Removing the Son of Heaven in Zizai was shaken by Gu Ans' words for a long time. When he came to his senses, he began to seriously ponder the words of the ancestor. Should he choose revival? He indeed lacked the courage to say he could protect others for a lifetime, let alone those old friends who had been dead for many years and might have already reincarnated. He remembered his master once said that reincarnation is natural, and many great powers even rely on reincarnation for cultivation. Knowing that his old friends had entered reincarnation brought him some comfort. He originally thought that his old friends would be lost forever, with no hope for reincarnation. After contemplating for a long time, and Zizai looked at Guin and replied, "Let things take their natural course. I don't want to interfere in their lives anymore, but I will strive to cultivate, avenge them, and fulfill my mission." The brother closest to him had said before dying that perhaps he was the hope to overthrow the Baidu sect, that he would become the savior. In the eyes of those people, the Baidu sect was the most powerful existence, covering the skies with one hand, and Zizai had also felt the strength of the Baidu sect. For now, he couldn't think of how to topple the Baidu sect. The human world was vast, and almost every place he had been to was under the control of the Baidu sect. Even when encountering cultivators of the Qingquan sect, they were full of dread for the Baidu sect. From a young age, and Zizai had been instilled with the idea that his ancestor was the strongest, but after going out once, this thought wavered. Even knowing the ancestor could enter reincarnation, he did not feel that the ancestor could reverse the fortunes with sheer personal power. After hearing Zizai's choice, Guin said nothing more. Zizai then paid his respects and turned to leave. and Zazai's aura attracted the attention of the dojo disciples, who left their seclusion one after another to seek out Zazai. Gutman continued fishing, but his ears were eavesdropping on their conversations. When the Wuxia disciples learned of Zazai's experiences, they were filled with righteous indignation. Even the celestial demon child wanted to visit the Beidou sect, but in the end was subdued by an Xian. Uncles, I will take this revenge personally. From now on, I will train diligently. I have seen the worldly affairs of the human world, and I will not let you down again. And Zazai said earnestly, having reignited his fighting spirit after conversing with the ancestor and many mentors. Though he had lost much, he was not left with nothing. He not only had to seek revenge, but also to protect the Wuxia. Emperor Tianhong snorted and said, "What Beidou sect? When you want revenge in the future, I will accompany you." Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The most powerful divine skill she mastered was the Immortal Emperor's Eye, but this divine skill was strictly forbidden by Gu and to be passed on, so she dared not mention it to Zazai. And Zazai's talent and comprehension were both excellent, and his current cultivation achievements were remarkable, excelling in all respects. However, this made him lack his unique skill, making an Xian feel it was a bit unsatisfactory. In the Taoist field of the beginningless, everyone possessed a unique piece of great divine power as their trump card. Guan responded, "He's not worried himself, so why are you so anxious?" And Xian replied helplessly, "He will eventually seek revenge on the Beidou sect, where strong individuals abound and prodigies are numerous. With his abilities, it's hard to exact revenge. Since he will inevitably face the Beidou sect, why not teach him in advance?" "Is that so?" Guan said lazily, showing little interest in teaching that boy in Zazai. An Xian squatted beside him, grabbed his arm, and started to act coy, continuously pleading with him, abandoning her usual serious and solemn demeanor. If Zazai saw this, he would no doubt be stunned. All right. Unable to withstand his beloved apprentice's coquetry, Guan could only agree. There's no better time than the present. I'll teach him today. And Xian, delighted, stood up and disappeared from the spot with him. A stick of incense's time later, a refreshed Zazai, clad in clean robes, arrived behind Guan, respectfully saluting, unable to show the same disrespect to Guan as in his youth. Only after experiencing certain things did he realize how difficult everything he had now was to obtain. And everything he now possessed was brought to him by the ancestor. Even when his master took him as a disciple, it required the approval of the ancestor. "What divine skill do you want to learn?" Guan asked as he stood up, turned to face him. The breeze grazed Guan's black attire, and he still exuded the carefree, immortal aura that transcended worldly constraints. On the way, Zazai had already made up his mind, and he answered without hesitation, "I want to learn a divine skill that can bring justice to the world, capable of forcefully suppressing all injustice." Guan's lips curled slightly, amusedly saying, "Speak so righteously. Isn't it just about wanting a sufficiently domineering divine skill?" And Zazai scratched his head in embarrassment after hearing this. Seeing this gesture, Guan inwardly nodded in satisfaction. This was more like him in the past, not so weary and stagnant. "I recently created a palm technique that may satisfy you," continued Gu, "and you just created it?" And Zazai hesitated slightly, suspecting that the ancestor wanted to use him to test it out. Though he had changed greatly in character, his memory remained, and the ancestor was great in all respects, except that he loved to tease him. Chapter 687. as godly as stabilizing the world. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Myriad Supreme Palm. And Zazai muttered the name of this palm technique, having heard Guin say that the first palm could quell all the chaos of the world, which made him anticipate and feel pleasantly surprised. The name itself sounds powerful. Please, ancestor, teach me. And Zazai immediately knelt down, speaking with a face full of expectation. Guin looked at him, smiled, and said, "The Myriad Supreme Palm is a secret skill I created after comprehending the Great Tao. It consists of 7 palms, equivalent to 7 kinds of great divine power. The first palm I will teach you is named World Stabilizing Like a God." And Zazai listened patiently. This was Gu An's first time teaching him, and he wanted to prove his talent, so he was very attentive. Gradually, his mind became immersed. He was entering the Tao. It wasn't that his comprehension was astonishing, but rather Guin was guiding him with his Tao intent. Since an Xian had spoken, and Zazai was the first to cultivate the Myriad Supreme Palm, Guin naturally had to teach earnestly. He was bound to ensure Zazai's Myriad Supreme Palm would become renowned. Unknown how much time had passed. When Zazai awakened, his eyes became clear, and it was now nighttime. He instinctively looked around and did not find Ancestor's silhouette. He took a deep breath, reminiscing about the insights in his mind, and his spirit trembled. He had never encountered such a powerful secret skill before. He hadn't even mastered it yet, but just recalling the inherited memory, he felt this secret skill was invincible in the world. This was only the first palm. What kind of incredible power would the 7th palm possess? For the first time, he became intensely curious about Ancestor's Tao practice. What kind of cultivation level was needed to create such a secret skill? And Zazai suddenly wanted to follow Guin by his side to cultivate. Previously, he thought Guin was annoying and would keep his distance, but now, he was curious about everything about Guin. How high is Ancestor's Tao practice? What kind of life has he experienced? Why does Ancestor refuse to appear in the world? So many questions aroused in Zazai's sense of rebirth, even filling him with fighting spirit. Thus, in the days that followed, Zazai began to stick to Guin. As long as Guin was in the dojo, he would go to Gu An's side to cultivate the Myriad Supreme Palm. As time passed, the Wuxia disciples gradually learned that Guin had created a secret skill, but they didn't ask Zazai about how to cultivate the Myriad Supreme Palm. Without Gu An's orders, they didn't dare act rashly. Although Fang Xian was considered a genius, he didn't like to fight. To him, immortal cultivation didn't necessarily require combat. Fighting was the ultimate last resort. The Celestial Court is arresting beings who are stepping onto the Emperor Road. Although you don't have the destiny of the Taoist Emperor, the destiny on you too is very special, and you might be targeted by the Celestial Court. Leave the path of the Great Tao soon. The black-robed man looked down at the blood-prisoned Great Saint and Fang Xian, then turned and left, shattering the void in the blink of an eye and disappearing without a trace. The Celestial Court? Blood-prisoned Great Saint frowned. He had heard this name before, but didn't know much about it, only that the legendary immortal gods came from the Celestial Court, which also represented the heavenly Tao. Fang Xian knew more about the Celestial Court, and his expression turned ugly. He whispered, "Better to believe it exists than not. We should find a place to hide, at least stay away from the main plane of the path of the Great Tao." Blood-prisoned Great Saint glared and said, "So what if it's the Celestial Court? This is the path of the Great Tao. I've never heard of a force that could dominate it single-handedly. If they left, how would he carry out the tasks his master assigned?" Fang Xian wanted to continue persuading when suddenly a vast oppression descended, enveloping them both, causing their expressions to change. They instinctively turned to look. From the direction where the black-robed man had appeared, a golden light unfolded rapidly toward them, accompanied by deafening footsteps, as if tens of thousands were marching together. The blood-prisoned Great Saint immediately took out his Tao treasure, the heaven-breaking blood-prisoned saber. With the Tao treasure out, the suppressive force he encountered immediately weakened. He grabbed the adjacent Fang Xian, who was immobilized by the oppressive force, and turned to flee. "Humph! Where do you think you're going?" The celestial calming god's cold snort came from behind. Before Blood Prison Great Saint could turn his head, he suddenly felt an irresistible pull. Even the Tao treasure couldn't completely resist this suction force. Blood Prison Great Saint was greatly horrified and instinctively turned his head, seeing the endless darkness like a giant abyssal mouth engulfing everything, about to swallow him and Fang Xian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, Unfathomable Ancestor Within the Wuxia Dojo at Dusk. Guan was carving a wooden figure in the courtyard. Xianxia was cultivating in front of the artifact refining cauldron, and Zizai was pondering deeply atop the courtyard wall as the twilight glow cast an aura of tranquility and harmony over the entire courtyard. Suddenly, Guan slightly raised his eyebrows. He sensed that Blood Prison Great Saint and Fang Xian had been captured, and the threads of destiny suddenly became blurred. Celestial Court. Only the Celestial Court could make destiny appear this obscure. Fortunately, the Blood Prison Great Saint and Fang Xian carried the destiny of the primordial Tao Emperor, allowing him to track their whereabouts. Guan began tracing their trail through the destiny of the primordial Tao Emperor and saw the plight of Blood Prison Great Saint and Fang Xian. Guan suddenly thought of the Divine Court within the Taiwei Great World. The Divine Court was also aiding the immortal gods in capturing creatures, tossing them into a furnace, and now the same fate befell Blood Prison Great Saint and Fang Xian. Could it be that these immortal gods were preparing for the Celestial Emperor's struggle? Guan stood up, stretched lazily. He looked at Zizai and suddenly had an idea. No matter what, Zizai, being the eldest disciple among the third-generation disciples of Wuxia, must eventually possess the ability and insight to stand on his own. Currently, Zizai severely lacks insight, even considering the free immortal realm as the highest stage of immortal cultivation. "Zizai, I'm planning to go out and have a look. There might be battles involved. Would you like to come and see?" Guan spoke, and as soon as he said this, Zizai turned his head towards him with an expression of interest. Not only him, but even Xianxia looked at Guan, eyes full of curiosity. "Ancestor, I'm afraid I will drag you down," Zizai wanted to go, but recalling his previous experiences of external training made him hesitant. Guan smiled and said, "No worries, you won't need to act. Such an opportunity is rare. Think about it carefully." Hearing this, Zizai fell silent, while Xianxia spoke. "Your ancestor wants to broaden your horizons. You are the first third-generation disciple of Wuxia, and you will surely have many junior brothers and sisters in the future. Do you think you are qualified to be the eldest disciple in your current state?" Her words were not pleasant, tinged with a shade of mockery, but they did not anger Zizai. Zizai took a deep breath, finding reason in Xianxia's words. He gave Xianxia a grateful look, then said to Guan, "Ancestor, I am willing to go with you." Guan immediately waved his sleeve, and Zizai felt a strong wind rush towards him, instinctively closing his eyes. He was excited for two reasons: meeting the Blood Prison Great Saint and encountering the immortal gods and realms beyond the free immortal. He felt a thrill reminiscent of his early days of training away from the Nine-Spirit continent. No rush. Guan turned to walk, and Zizai quickly followed. He glanced around, feeling very nervous, unsure of where the enemy lay. This world is so vast. Is it really a cauldron? And Zizai was secretly astonished, unable to imagine the strength and features of the Celestial Court immortal god who wielded such a great cauldron. As they advanced, Zizai saw bones upon bones. human remains, and demon remains, shocking to the eye, the stances of some of the skeletons making his scalp tingle. He could imagine how desperate they must have been while alive. "Ancestor, how did you bring me in?" And Zazai refocused his gaze on Guin, cautiously asking. Invading even the treasure of an immortal god seemed effortless, and Zazai truly sensed his ancestor's profound abilities, heightening his anticipation for the impending battle. "Just stepped in," Guin answered casually. This offhand remark further increased in Zazai's admiration for him. "Ancestor, will you fight the immortal gods? In this place, it might be worth testing their edge." "What is this place? Where is this great cauldron located? Is it still within our world?" "This is the path of the great Tao, incredibly far from the celestial spirit great world, so distant that with your current cultivation level, you will never be able to come here in your lifetime." Guin's answer left in Zazai wide-eyed again, memorizing the name of this place, determined to journey here if possible in the future. "Ancestor, if a battle does start, will you use the myriad supreme palm?" And Zazai blinked, expectantly asking. Guin gently nodded. He did not look back, but this gesture was enough to make Zazai feel thrilled. Having cultivated the myriad supreme palm for so many years, he had not truly witnessed the power of this secret skill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689. Demon God's Physical Body Under the Dark Celestial Vault. The Blood Prison Great Saint landing beside Feng Xian, both of their expressions grim. "No, we can't escape at all." The Blood Prison Great Saint gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with rage. Having cultivated on the path of the Great Tao for so many years, to be effortlessly trapped in this realm made him feel deeply humiliated. "Don't act rashly. Let's meditate and observe this realm first." Feng Xian pulled the Blood Prison Great Saint to sit down, cautiously watching their surroundings. The floating scorched smoke and sparks reminded him of a terrible event that had occurred here, and it was likely to happen again. The Blood Prison Great Saint took a deep breath, struggling to calm his emotions. He then dispersed his divine sense, trying to investigate the situation here. He quickly saw figures of other captives, but could not see the figures of Guin or Zazai. So many people were caught, and many have a higher cultivation level than us. Feng Xian murmured, his tone full of unease. "Xuanji Emperor. He's also here, reportedly one of the best chances of becoming a Taoist emperor among the current prodigies." Feng Xian's face changed dramatically. After saying this, his face looked ashen. The Blood Prison Great Saint felt increasingly anxious. Why had the immortal gods captured so many people? Meanwhile, Zazai followed Guin all the way. He noticed that although his pace hadn't accelerated, the surrounding environment shifted significantly. This was a very peculiar experience. Although he advanced quickly, it was hard to notice unless he observed carefully. It must be the ancestors' doing. And Zazai looked at Guin with growing admiration. As a child, he didn't understand why his master always obeyed the ancestor without question and wouldn't ask a single question regarding his commands, nor why other disciples feared the ancestor so much. Though seemingly carefree, the ancestor actually possessed great divine power capable of extraordinary feats, but he usually didn't show off. And Zazai silently vowed that he too wanted to become a person like the ancestor. True strength should be displayed at critical moments, not flaunted in daily life. "We've arrived." Guin's voice suddenly rang, pulling Zazai's thoughts back to reality. In that instant, he had the illusion that heaven and earth trembled. His gaze was drawn forward, his eyes slowly widened, pupils filled with astonishment. Following his gaze, there was a giant egg standing on the ground ahead, as massive as a mountain, towering 1,000 zhang high. The surface of the giant egg was like flesh and skin with veins, glowing red inside, faintly revealing a giant curled up within. Guin looked up at the giant egg and used lifespan detection, but received no feedback. So, it's not for alchemy, but for forging a body. Without a soul, could it be for possession? Guin speculated secretly, sensing that the flesh inside the giant egg was already no less than the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. This body lacked celestial doubt destiny, yet exuded a terrifying aura, one that the heaven-encompassing free immortal should not have. Guin carefully deduced, finding this aura to be linked to some great Tao, and that this body had countless ties to the 3,000 great Tao. Delving deeper into his deductions, he saw a darkness, a cosmic plane beyond the 3,000 great worlds, oppressively bleak, with nothing visible. Though not much useful information was gained, he could confirm that the purpose of the Great Cauldron capturing so many living beings was to refine their flesh and merge it into this body. "Ancestor, what is that?" And Zazai couldn't help but ask. Just looking at the body within the giant egg made him shudder and gave birth to a strong urge to flee. "Perhaps it's a demon god," Guin answered, his gaze fixed on the giant egg ahead. And Zazai wanted to ask more questions when suddenly the ground trembled and frightening earth fire erupted. He instinctively flew upward, his eyes glancing at the ground. Guin still stood in place, the blazing flames around him causing no harm, his robe untouched by the fire, as if the surrounding inferno were an illusion. The speed of the earth fire's ascent was so fast that Zazai had to keep flying upwards. In the distance, silhouettes of other living beings also rose, with strong auras bursting from different directions, and Zazai could sense anxiety in those auras. "Ancestor," and Zazai looked at Guin, calling softly, terror of the flames driving him to seek reliance on Guin Gu, and suddenly waved his sleeve, taking the giant egg into his sleeve. He then took a step, a fierce wind erupting from around him, spreading instantly, dispersing the flames along the way. In the distance, the blood-prisoned great saint and Fang Xian still sat on the ground, using their mana to resist the surrounding blazing flames. Fang Xian frowned and was about to speak when a strong wind came from the horizon, blowing away the sea of fire around them, making them turn their heads to look. "What's going on?" The blood-prisoned great saint muttered, tensing up, his right hand gripping the heaven-breaking blood-prisoned saber beside him. Fang Xian didn't answer the blood-prisoned great saint. He was probing the situation in that direction with his divine sense. Unfortunately, unable to see Guin, he couldn't find the source. Above the Qi sea of the great Tao, golden light extended infinitely. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers walked upon it, swaying unstoppably. At the front, the celestial common god held a saber in one hand and a black cauldron in the other.